I got this on my car last night.
Hmm.
Did you get those? Do you park here? You pray.
I don't park here, no.
No,
I
well,
walk.
I
walk or
used
bike.
I rode my bike last
Right.
year.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So is it
Jim.
nice and full, just like you requested. Like a warm hug. I'm good. How about you? Doing well. Thank you.
But yeah, everybody was on board with that, so, and very cordial about it. So that was good.
I've been talking to.
That's an everyday thing for me.
What do you mean? For a reason.
Hi.
So like on the banner as well. It's huge. Well, I'll
Did not know Sarah was
have a conversation with you.
I think it has to be done at public comment. Anybody can read it, but I think somebody needs to sign up for public comment. But was it, who was it? Did she send an email?
That all makes sense.
I don't think I got it.
Certainly. We'll be discussing.
Oh shoot, I shut my email. Let me see what I got here. I don't think we got it. You may have to ask Christy. You can talk to her. I didn't get it. Would it have been directly from her? Mm-mm. So that means we probably didn't get it. We as in all of us. And maybe she got it? Maybe Christy got it? And you can ask her real quick before... He hasn't done yet. But I know I didn't get it.
Yeah.
Nope.
Go ask Christy. Sorry, there's a.
That's fine. Yeah, but you gotta sign up
You're
where...
saying there's a chance?
Oh, good.
Like a million.
Find a man right now.
And
You're not canceling for the 18th.
yeah, that's what I say. It's the more you can read it, it's better than if we just get it. Because then, and then even like last night, sometimes I check the view spots on watched the meeting or saw it afterwards. We're 70. I've seen the meeting already. I'm like, that's really good. Check that just before the meeting starts. So that's just in case I'm wrong. But yeah.
6 o'clock. It's on a Tuesday. You should know better for sure.
You can just go 1 minute down to the meeting. That's why I needed you to come in. Sorry. I told Bill I think. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Is that something eminent domain of this
Harassing you.
No, I needed to chat with him.
Fantastic, because I didn't get it originally.
If you don't do
There he is.
Okay, I have 6 o'clock. If everyone could please rise and join me for the pledge.
Mike's not on.
Mike? Oh, great. I'll try it again. Could everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Christy, could you take roll call, please? Sure.
Pappenfort. Here. Stevens.
Here.
Fontana.
Here.
Critelli.
Present.
Martin. Here. Nacarado. Here. Mayor Shore.
Here.
The quorum is present.
Great. And Councilmember Critelli is going to read the civility invocation tonight.
We are here working together to create a thriving community. It is the intention of the Salida City Council to promote civil communication by adopting the following guidelines for speaking to the public in the City Council chambers. It is our hope that by acting in this manner, we can help create a safe space for people to share their perspectives and opinions. We honor the opportunity to be engaged in the process of governance for the benefit of our community. We acknowledge that each of us brings a unique perspective to this conversation and that our perspectives may differ. We challenge ourselves to value varying points of view and hold all contributions as equally important. We understand and accept that while we may sometimes disagree, we can always be courteous and kind. We commit to respectful language, avoiding rumor, harsh criticism, or personal accusation, even when feeling emotionally charged. We will, to the best of our ability, speak thoughtfully and listen with attention, respect, and curiosity. We are confident that there may be even better solutions that any of us have thought of, which may be discovered through civil conversations. We affirm our support for women's rights, including equal pay, equal treatment under the law and in the workplace, and the right to determine choices that impact the direction and personal values of one's life, including all individuals' reproductive health choices. We commit to the city of Salida being a hate-free zone and declare and affirm a policy of non-discrimination on the basis of a person's race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, marital status, military or veteran status, socioeconomic class, medical condition, or physical or mental disability.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to the consent agenda. Questions or comments on that this evening?
I actually was wondering if we could move the revenue reduction response policy to after we discuss the annual comprehensive financial report, just so that there is like no rumors about why we have that and what its intention is to be, just so it's clear.
Okay. So,
Second that.
okay, great. All right, so we'll put that in right after item number 9. Okay, okay. So,
On it, or?
okay.
Yeah, I think we have to vote on the amendment.
We'll come back to that in just a second. Do we have any other questions or comments?
So you need a motion to approve the rest?
We'll need a motion, but we'll need a motion with an amendment just to
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda, setting aside number 7 to be incorporated in under new business.
Second.
So we have a motion and a motion from Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded by Councilmember Critelli. The motion is to combine and approve the items on the consent agenda and remove item number 7, the revenue reduction response policy, and include it in the conversation on item 9 with the comprehensive financial report. Further questions?
Stevens.
Yes.
Critelli.
Yes.
Nacarado.
Yes.
Fontana.
Yes.
Pappenfort.
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And that brings us to citizen comment, which is an opportunity for the council to hear from our community. People, you'll be limited to 3 minutes each during comments. If you feel like that wasn't enough time, please reach out to me after the meeting. I'm more than happy to sit down and chat. But in the interest of fairness and the fact that we have a lot of people signed up, I'm going to hold everyone very strictly to that 3 minutes this evening. The council may not respond to your comment this evening. Rather, they may take your comments and suggestions under advisement, and your questions will be directed to the appropriate department for follow-up. And if necessary, the city administrator will correct the public record. First up, we have Rebecca Heath. And by the way, when you come up, you do not have to give your address for safety issues, so you can just say if you're a resident or not.
Oh, thank you. I am a resident of Chaffey County. My name is Rebecca Heath, and I'm so excited to be here tonight and participate in this process. We moved here with my family 2.5 years ago. We just felt called to this area, and ever since then, we've just been, just dove into the theater arts and have had such a wonderful experience in that. And last fall, I was able to direct Broadway's version of Disney's The Little Mermaid. And we had 2 full casts. One was for the youth, and one was for adults to have mentorship to help grow our community. We have such a fabulous community, so much talent in such a small town. It's amazing. And we've noticed this resurgence of the performing arts in our community, and it's just, the growth has been exponential. And what we're finding is we're getting to a bottleneck in the performing arts venues that we have. We have tried to work with the STEAM plant, and we understand that they are, in fact, an enterprise for this city. And so it's hard for them to give us discounts that make it possible for us to continue with these shows. So we sold out every show for The Little Mermaid, and it only covered its costs. And I did that without any budget. So there was no set budget, no other types of budgets, which you would say is like an amazing accomplishment, and it is, except that my family lives in an RV on Oak Street, and so a success like that should have elevated a community member. Obviously, like, housing is another issue, but so the performing arts is really important, and we need spaces that are going to be more affordable for the performing arts, because it can only be a passion project for people for so long. It also needs to be able to support families, to be able to support the community, and so we're really hoping to push for a theater venue, an actual performing arts center, similar to the Pace Center in Parker, or the Arvada Center for the Performing Arts in Arvada. And we would love to see something like that in the South Arc neighborhood. We realize that is a big fiscal responsibility, so we're hoping to start those plans this year to fit that into a fiscal budget for next year. And so we're hoping for, right now we feel like so many things have been covered in the performing arts and for the visual arts in Chaffey County, and we are ready to really bolster the performing arts. We need studio space, we need rehearsal spaces, we need performance spaces. And we would love if our town was known for all of the amazing arts. We feel like we're at the next level, and we want to keep raising the bar here in Salida, and we need your help. We definitely don't want to get that embarrassing moment where we're thriving in spite of our governing bodies. We want to thrive along with you. We want your support, we want your help. We want your input, and we would love to have open conversations of how that can look moving forward. We know that certain spaces have been, that you guys are talking about those things, and it's really important that you include your shareholders in those conversations, because we need to be able to say, this space would be adequate, this would not be adequate, and why. And also, we need to be able to.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for being here tonight.
Next up, we have Jordan Gonzalez.
Hi there, my name is Jordan Gonzalez. I am a resident of Chaffey County, and I'm here to discuss the same thing that Becky Heath just shared with us. I would also like anyone who's here tonight who is here to support the theater community to raise their hand. We are a thriving community and we are passionate about what we do, and we do not have sufficient, specific, and affordable space in town right now to fulfill our needs. There are several budding theater companies, myself included, and I am a performing arts instructor. I teach private voice and performing arts classes. Besides being very important to the development of young minds here in town, we also need to have the space to support those arts that we are starting to instill in these young people. I meant to start my statement tonight that I'll also be reading some quotes from Andrea Mossman, who couldn't be here, if I could have a few extra moments to read her statements.
It's going to be the 3 minutes.
Okay, all right, 3 minutes it is. So from Andrea, we have performance arts, allows creativity to blossom. In a digitally filled world, experiencing live dance, theater, and performance transforms the audience to become a shared experience. For a small rural town to lift up this form of expression will only help its residents, and more importantly, children who crave individuality and celebrate being different. We need a proper theater space, a theater that is specifically for performance, and Salida is teaming with live music venues, but let's expand the creative arts to have a theater space designed for us. And Becky mentioned the South Arc development. I think that could be a really amazing opportunity for a performing arts scene here in Salida. And I hope that our comments tonight will be heard, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Leslie Matthews.
Hi there, Leslie Matthews. I am currently the person handling the Salida Theater Festival this year, our 2024 Salida Theater Festival. We had a very successful theater festival, inaugural one last year. We had many sold-out performances. We had 3 theater companies and 5 different plays. It was amazing. This year, it'll be, yes, I know, our theater company. Everyone should be very proud of what we did last year. This year, because of the Cultural Arts District, and thank you to Tina over here, we're also going to have educational opportunities during the theater festival along with the theater performances. So it's going to be bigger and better this year. But what I'm here to talk about really is to pile on with everything everyone else has already said about the need to really support our cultural community. The thing that makes Salida special is not only recreation, which does, absolutely, but also the 3-legged stool, I call it, of our cultural community. One being the visual arts, which has been, you know, a foundation for, I don't know, 25, 30 years. The music community, which is one of the best in any small town I've ever been around. And then 3rd leg of the stool, and you need 3 legs to keep a stool up, is really our performing arts community, and we do need assistance in that. I understand the capital requirements of building something and what that would take and what we would take both from the private and the public sector. And I'm not saying you should just go do that. Obviously, that would be a long-term, amazing project that we would have to include everyone in. But I do think that we can make a difference now and allow our current theater production companies to thrive now. And that would include a new relationship with the steam plant. So what I'm recommending is that we form a small committee, to get together with a city representative, maybe a representative from the steam plant, and 1 or 2 members of our theater production community to reevaluate what's needed. We had an amazing relationship with the steam plant when Stage Left was in force. Since Stage Left ended, and since Mayor Levici's government changed the process of the steam plant to require them to be profitable, that has changed completely the way the steam plant deals with theater. And it needs to be reassessed and looked at from the perspective of supporting this very important part of our community. So that's my request. Would I love the Firehouse to be a black box theater? Absolutely. That would be amazing. I do believe it would be less money than building a whole. So it's something to discuss, is my point. But that's my request. Thank you.
Leslie. Merrill Bergen. It's you.
Merrill Bergen. I'm a downtown Salida resident and an advocate for theater in general. My wife and I have attended many community productions in Salida, in the park, and at numerous venues. In 2005, we helped bring a regional premiere from Denver to the Steam Plant. We currently support 2 theater companies driving 125 miles or more each way for their seasons. Adding a theater to this project, and I'm speaking of First and D specifically, had initial appeal. However, after a lot of thought, I'm against the idea and asking the council move forward with the project as currently designed. My reasons: in the hierarchy of needs, the basics come first: food, shelter, etc. Housing is the #1 issue here. Housing for workers and creatives at the lowest possible rent is the primary goal of what that project was about. Every dollar spent outside the live-work units, infrastructure, and basic amenities burdens the people who are wanting to live there. The existing 1,200 square foot flex space has opportunities for pop-up shows, artist workshops, or other ways to promote creativity. Going back to the Planning Commission now, seeking variances or other deviations will only add costs, invite more divisiveness between the various arts groups, and pit residents against each other. Performance spaces in Salida do exist, and I've been to almost every one of them. A Church, Box of Bubbles, Salida High School, and possibly the Sundry down the road. And yes, even our own steam plant. I agree performers need to have reliable availability, but the issue seems to be with the steam plant is money. Trading off less revenue for that space in return for more availability for plays is a choice that the council can make. Finally, what about the soon-to-be vacated Salida Firehouse? We just talked about that. It was also a site scouted at the beginning of this quest. If arts groups start working together now, developing both a common vision and a business plan, because it is a business, we might be in a better place for everyone. Speaking specifically to the First and D Street and its allocations on space, the glass as currently designed is more than half full. We need to stay the course, focus on the original goal of housing for a broad spectrum of people and their creative interests. Now is not the right time nor the right space to squeeze a theater into that place. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Martinez.
Thanks for this opportunity tonight. First of all, we had the grand opening for Julie's Cubby. I don't know if you guys all went. Julie Mills is a friend of mine, so just to let you know, the grand opening went great, and I just, in essence, loved it. And then on a different topic, I would like to see the 2-hour parking be longer or just gotten rid of, because I think that we need to, in essence, have downtown be downtown to Salida. I've lived here for 40 years, and I feel that we should leave well enough alone. And then I think that we should have Nina Williams resign as city attorney because of the expensive legal costs. And finally, I would like to see Jim Miller resign from the planning commission. I don't know if you've read the paper. In essence, I don't think he's fit for this position. I think because of his history with in essence, violence, I think that with just his behavior, we went through that about a couple years ago with the city manager, and we have the same person, in essence, defending domestic violence. Domestic violence is serious to me, and I feel like we should be respected. And just because Mr. Miller doesn't like any of our opinions, it's either his way or no way, or he takes matters into his own hands. And I think we don't need anybody on that committee, because I feel that I feel it enables the person. And you got to ask yourself, has the person changed? Have they shown remorse? have they shown remorse for anything that they've done? And in this case, no, because I just feel that we can do better as a community, and I think they should be properly vetted before they're placed on committees or in office or anything. Thank you.
And before I bring up the next person, just a point of clarification, Mr. Miller is not on the Planning Commission. He volunteered his time to be on a parking commission after a meeting a few months ago and has led that. So I just wanted to clarify that, but he volunteered his time. Thank you. Devin Casper.
Good evening, I'm Devin Casper, and my primary residence is in Ward 3. Mayor Shore, councilmen, councilwomen, staff, I'm here tonight to advocate for the need for a functional community rehearsal and performance space for the booming and ever-growing theater arts scene in Salida. I watched the meeting last week, and I heard Councilman Critelli's frustration and was equally surprised to hear that many of you believe we have sufficient space in town for rehearsing and performing, and this is just not true. For many years, I think this community has also believed that the STEAM plan is run like a community center, but in the 14 years I've been here, it's really run like a business, and it's not very theater friendly, not to mention very expensive to rent. But that's not the only issue. Honestly, I want to book smaller venues to create a more intimate setting for my shows, but that leaves A Church, which can hold 120 people, as the only downtown option. Box of Bubbles is also here, but that space can hold about 50 people. But these smaller spaces are busy too. Hosting other creatives and events and scheduling conflicts are more and more abundant. The lack of sufficient space is already having a huge impact on all the production companies. For example, we are trying to bring back a theater festival to Salida this fall. We have the backing of the Chaffey County's Visitors Bureau and hope to market this year's festival to out-of-towners during an off-shoulder season and bring people to town. But this event is chaired by Leslie Matthews, and she has all 3 production companies involved, as well as artists offering workshops, classes, and a Broadway-style cabaret event. But already, Curious Staying of Fantastics can't book the STEAM plant for both consecutive weekends of the festival, despite having tried to book the space a year in advance. Jennifer Dempsey of Tents can't get a suitable space to host the Colorado Shakespeare Fest coming to perform, and I'm needing to ask my own venue to donate rehearsal space to offset the cost and make budgets work. I hear there may be even another production company getting started by Jordan Gonzalez, and this is wonderful and all great problems to have, but I'd like you to consider this. On average, it takes 6 weeks to rehearse a show, with now perhaps 4 companies trying to mount 4 to 6 shows a year. With a 5 to 8 week rehearsal period, it is going to be more and more challenging for all of us to book the 140 plus weeks of combined and needed space in which to rehearse and perform in. My ask tonight is that we as artists, the community, and the city start looking for opportunities to work together to find the best chance to create this space. Maybe it's this time with the D Street Apartments, maybe it's not, maybe it's the old fire station, or maybe it's another opportunity we have yet to see. If we want to see theater arts continue to thrive and survive, we need to start to create a viable space now. Thank you.
Thank you. Greta Houston.
Hi, I'm Greta Houston. I've lived here my whole entire life in Salida. I went off to college to do theater, and I got my BFA in acting, and I came back here to bring those skills and talents back to this community. So I just want to echo some things that other people have said about needing a space that's that we can rehearse in, number one, and that we can perform in, because it's just not here right now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Smith.
That's a team I don't need. Bill Smith, Salida. I'm here to urge you in the strongest possible terms while keeping my voice down, not to change the location of Salida's police station tonight with no public input, because that's what's on the agenda. I'm really upset by this process in that, and I want to make 2 policy points and a process point. And I want to start out by saying that I noticed that you are voting on moving the Salida Police Department from its current location to a location on Highway 50 this morning when I read the paper, and you're voting on it tonight. Now, you can explain all you want, how you're just voting on buying a piece of property, but we're committed to that property, and you should think about that. We shouldn't be buying property for departments in this city unless we're thinking 30 years down the road. If you can really say that you think this is a great location for the next 30 years, then jump ahead, but the city is not ready for that. You're committed to, the civility invocation talks about how you're looking for input. Your transparency policy talks about how you want to be accessible. You want participation. This is a resolution tonight. There is no public input. And the second point of this is the process. There could be no public input because there's no information. There's no needs analysis. There's no site analysis, at least publicly. There's no financial analysis. There's no way to pay for this. By contrast, the fire department, for years, talked about how they needed new space. They put it in the capital improvement schedule that goes out 10 years. 10 years, citizens look at that and we see where we're going to be spending big money in the next 10 years. Those things move around, we know that. Where did the police department fall in that? Never. It never appeared in any agenda until 2 weeks ago at the finance department. And that's not the process. The fire department got a needs analysis. It was done by a professional company. They went through the number of people in the fire department. They figured out their space needs. They analyzed 9 different sites, pros and cons, to come up with the best site. Doesn't the police department deserve the same kind of process? Doesn't the citizens deserve the same process that we had for the fire department? You shouldn't make this decision tonight, and it's frankly insulting that you rammed it through in one day. They haven't talked about this for years, and it violates your transparency policy for sure.
Okay, next up, Chris Tracy. So just as we move forward, and I love Chris as much as everyone else, but we don't have to clap for every speaker. But let's go ahead and give Chris a big round of applause.
I needed a little leg up. I appreciate it. I'll take anybody on my team I can get these days. Let's talk about a little something continued on Bill Smith. Revenue reduction response policy on your guys' agenda tonight. Revenue reduction. So you guys are already admitting that you guys are in a shortfall on your budget and tax revenues aren't coming in the way that they're supposed to. Guess what? You guys are already on a delayed response from that because of when you guys get your numbers. They're going to be worse when you get your next set of rounds because of some of the decisions that you guys have made with the paid parking thing and with not doing the street closure this year. Has had a dramatic effect on my personal business. So everybody says, like, you guys wanted to take a year to take the time to figure out whether it had an economic impact. All of my girls are gonna be in high school next year. I don't have a year. I don't have an extra year to make more money to send them to school. So your decisions have directly impacted me by 30 to 40%, just on the street closure and paid parking program alone that you guys are doing with the enforcement. During the enforcement hours, you've essentially knocked our lunches in half. In half. That's what's going on. No one is staying downtown currently. We have signs up now on lots bashing the parking policy. That's what our tourists see, is your guys' policy that local landowners and business owners don't want to see this parking policy, and they're blatant and they're hot pink. So you can drive down F Street and you can see them. But revenue reduction response policy, as Bill Smith said, this is the first time that this police department issue has come up. Raise your hand if you truly, and pinky swear, if you got through the whole 184-page document that you guys received Friday afternoon, and you understand that full financial report from 2023? Raise your hand. Okay, so there's your answer. You guys get information at the last possible minute, and it's directed from these guys. They get a D- in public information, if not an F. So right now, you guys have just admitted that the stuff that you guys are voting on, you haven't read the whole packet, nor do you understand it. So that's a huge problem to me. And yet we're voting on a multi-million-dollar deal with the police department that we're just deciding on today. We just did this with the contract with the interstate parking. And here we are, we're doing it again. We already have an administrator's signature on a real estate contract in your packet, a counter proposal no less. So this has gone a lot farther than just a simple, we're starting the process. It's gone as far as, no, we're completing this deal with no public information. So revenue reduction, we're gonna see more of it. How are we gonna pay for all these things that keep coming up?
Thanks,
Thank you.
Chris. Okay, next up, we have Harold Casper.
Harald Kasper, Ward 3. I'm also here to support the arts, the performing arts. I thought most of was talked about, but I thought it was helpful to remind all of you of a presentation that Councillor Justin Critelli and me went at a CML conference in Breckenridge that showed tons of statistics and numbers how, on an economic perspective, the communities that supported art were the ones that thrived. They looked at it from a lot of different perspectives, and the communities that stuck out, that are thriving, are the ones that are supporting arts. And maybe Justin still has some notes from that presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Liz Dunn.
Hello, my name is Liz Dunn. Thanks for taking the time to listen. I also am a local of Salida. I initially came to today's session with the intent to share a bunch of quotes made by other people about the importance of theater, but what I've come to realize is that the interpersonal stories of people actually in this community are much more impactful as it relates to the topic at hand. Since I haven't lived the experience of others, I'd like to share my own story about Salida Theater and how the arts have impacted my life. Long story short, in 2023, I found myself in Fort Collins feeling adrift, disconnected from my passion for the arts, nature, my friends, and my community at large. At first, I considered moving to Atlanta or back to Durango to solve my discontent, but each of these locations felt like a compromise on the kind of life I truly wanted. Serendipitously, on a trip through Salida, I was lucky enough to find a rental home. Although I was not aware of Salida's art scene at the time, something about this opportunity just felt right, so I took a risk. I packed up my life, I trekked up the mountain. As I settled in the late summer of 2023, I started talking to some friends about wanting to stage a shadow performance of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, a tradition that I'd been a part of in Durango for many years, and one that I felt would be well received in this community. Much to my pleasant surprise, I learned that there were already a group of people in town that had this process well underway. Through making a few quick connections, I found myself in Rocky rehearsals only 3 weeks after having arrived in town. Beyond having an absolute blast and being insanely proud of the performance we put on, being in Rocky exponentially expanded my community in a mere matter of months. I had 20 plus new friends who had collaborated on the show with me, 200 plus new acquaintances who had come to see the show, and requests to audition for other shows, thus expanding my arts connections and community even further. I had finally found the kind of community I was after. As I've gotten more and more involved in the performance opportunities in town, I have been astounded by the appetite for theater and the level of talent hidden in this small community. We have numerous professional performers who have cut their teeth in larger cities such as New York, Los Angeles, and Boston, who have chosen and now call Salida home. We have even more individuals, like myself, with theater degrees who put their creative pursuits on pause for years because they were previously in communities without an appetite or support for systems that supported their crafts. But those folks are having a creative renaissance here in Salida. However, we cannot make this kind of art without the space. Unlike other forms of creation, it is not easy to find places big enough to accommodate the people and things you need to make good theater. There are already a few amazing venues in town, but due to the aforementioned appetite for arts in Salida beyond just theater, we are constantly competing and oftentimes losing those spaces. I would be heartbroken to see all those who have been making theater here for years, as well as those experiencing a theatrical renaissance or getting into theater for the first time, see their creative pursuits come to a halt due to lack of resourcing. We have the interest, we have the talent here, we don't have the space. What a bittersweet problem.
Thanks, Liz.
Thank you.
Opal Juba? Yes, I think. I hope.
Opal Juba?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
My name's Opal Juba. I'm a resident here, and the first thing I'd like to emphasize is how big of an impact I've seen theater have on kids. The first show I remember being in was Art of Changing Maymay, and I remember how many people I got to meet and how many just like confidence boosters that had for me, but also the rest of the community. And now I work, well, I guess I'm done now, but I was the set designer for the Salida High School theater department. And I just want to emphasize how much extra time it takes to do theater without the proper space. It really just puts a halt to everything. I know that the high school doesn't really have anything to do with the public theater, but I think it's a very similar issue. And I know my personal experience is very similar to the experience of people trying to do theater in the community. I spent over 3 weeks of my time creating the set for a show, just moving materials because we did not have the space to store it close enough. And that takes away from the creative opportunities I would have had and the rest of the people involved in theater would have had if we had had the space to store those resources closer. And I've seen a lot of people here talking about, you know, performing and what that's brought for them. But as someone who is on the tech side, building and creating, it is also really important to have the space to store resources and move them around, because without that space, you're just wasting time. And I would really love to see what our community could do with that extra space, because I know it would make the world of difference. Yeah.
Thank you. Jim Miller.
Mayor Shore, City Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jim Miller, and I'm here tonight to address the parking issue vis-a-vis the parking committee, advisory committee that I'm a member of. So our plan was to have a final report dealing with parking in general throughout the town, the city, by the end of October. That seems to be the guideline. We'll have more information through the enforcement part of it. But we reached a consensus on something we think we can do short term that I think will help the downtown. And that is, we'd like to recommend that we change the 2-hour limit to a 3-hour limit. And that seems to be a very acceptable number at this moment. Most of the pushback that we got from downtown business people was that 2 hours was just not enough during the posted hours of 9 to 5. So we've accepted that. We think that that's a reasonable request. We do understand that there is because this is an ordinance, this is officially an ordinance, our parking ordinance, needs to be modified formally. We're hoping that we can reach some sort of compromise, because the timing of changing the ordinance would push it back, even if we started today, back till August sometime. Virtually the summer is pretty much gone. So we hope that there's some reasonable compromise that can be done while we're working on adjusting the ordinance. But we think that's something that's worthwhile to do immediately. And I'd like to add one other comment. What a spicy meeting tonight. It's been kind of fun. Thank you.
Thanks. Josh Bean.
Howdy, folks. I'm a citizen of Salida. I'm just kind of disappointed in the whole parking thing. I'm not going to go on and on. I think we're going to get plenty of that as we go on. But it's hard to imagine that meeting that took place, and you hear the business model of this interstate parking and not see it for what it is, which is a mafioso type of profiteer company that takes a picture of you and then extorts you for the money. I mean, I don't understand how we could sit in that meeting and be like, yeah, I think this is a good idea for citizens here. I mean, given what Curtelli said at the beginning, it's like there's just hardly any thought for the citizens or the actual tourism that takes place. If time is money, right? The longer they spend in that parking spot, presumably the more sales taxes you guys are going to benefit from. So I have no idea how this 2-hour parking could even be a thing in the first place. And then we've gone through several parking meter ladies. Each time they either resign or they just aren't paying for themselves. So maybe it's this whole thing where we don't actually have a problem here with parking. Maybe that's just a big psyop. So anyway, you guys have done a really good job of creating parking across the bridge. There's an enormous amount over there. There's actually a ton behind Safeway. There's a ton behind Bank of the West. There's at least 6 parking spots there. And then that whole space by First Stop over there on First. I wonder if we can just think outside of the box for a second and just do away with all parking regulations whatsoever. I know we can't until October because we signed a deal with the devil, but maybe after that point, we can kind of pull our heads out of that sand and start to see things for reality that it is. And maybe we just don't have a parking problem at all. I mean, think of it. We could be Colorado trendsetters. We go with this like libertarian thing where we actually count on citizens to do the right thing and it works. And you double your sales tax revenues. I don't know, just a thought.
Thanks. Cat Bean.
Hello. Okay, so I'm also going to talk about parking, but before that, I want to second everything all of the theater friends have said today. Some wonderful feedback there and great ideas. But the parking, we're downtown business owners. We have a gallery, and the customers that come and visit our gallery are often people who shop around for 4 or more hours. So I think even 3 hours would probably be insufficient for a lot of the people who come in. They will come to our gallery, they'll go and they'll get coffee, they'll shop around, visit the next, there's lots of stores in Salida, and 2 hours is barely enough time for somebody to go and eat. There have been several times when we've gone outside our business and there's been plenty of parking spaces and there's 3 cars parked and 2 have tickets. Do you like tickets? I definitely don't. And the parking person came in and spoke to us. He told us about what was going on and he explained the escalating cost system, and he kept saying we have to teach people a lesson. That's why it goes up to $75. What lesson do we want to teach people? That we want to be the next New York City? We want to be the next, what is the impression that we want to give as a town? Do we want to be toe tapping people, like get in, get out? Do we want people to come and feel like they can visit and soak in Salida, make memories here, and really enjoy their time here? I think if we go by the philosophy of time is money, the more time people spend in Salida, the more money they will collectively spend at the little t-shirt shop, at the galleries, at the restaurants. Everyone benefits from this. And also, we want to promote a quality of customer over quantity. Right now, the parking policy has largely been informed by a deficit of about 300 parking spaces, but just making people move faster doesn't make more parking spaces. The people who live and rent the Airbnbs above the businesses are the ones who need to be dealt with directly about moving their cars during business hours. And employee parking can be improved by including things like bike parking as a priority. And yeah, so I've followed your instruction to try telling people to move, and they are all like, oh no, am I gonna go out and have a ticket right now? Because they've already been looking around also. So I've tried following your suggestions, and it's been met with a lot of negative feedback from customers. And if we're going to attack the tourists who fund most of our economy, that's basically biting the hand that feeds us. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Ortman.
I am a Salida resident. It's so good seeing so many friends up here. Appreciate the time you spend away from your homes and businesses to address these issues and make a difference in Salida. That's a real commitment. I was at the Beans Gallery the other day when the parking attendant came around and explained what we're up against, what this looks like. A couple things I wanted to bring up. I tried to go about this as objectively as possible over the next, I think it's been 2 weeks. And my findings were that I didn't see the parking problem, even when we were busy over Memorial Day weekend. We still had 3 spots available out front of Chris's restaurant. We had, I had more places where 2 cars were ticketed, but we had 2 to 3 spots still kind of consistently available. I want to share a story with you. So there's something about the heart of Salida, and it's so ambiguous. I've been downtown, and I'm always up against we are what we are, and I know where we're going. And in the process, something's going to happen. We're all going to sit with amazement and go, this is the issue. This is an important, ambiguous area. And there's a heart we've got about coming here, I think, and checking out for a minute, not being in trouble, our police are wonderful. I can't tell you how many times I've been pulled over and considered what's going on for me. It might be a difficult stop, or they see that I'm sober and but I'm met with a different kind of energy here. And I've been able to bring that to other markets. Josh Bean and I did a major event in Sedona, Arizona. And it's a big art show. And when we showed up, they were charging for wine. And something about what we have here, this abundance we have, where we don't take up front, we give more than we take or what we get. We have this heartfelt, abundant way of showing up. So I said to them, this doesn't feel right. How much for the whole bar tonight before we start the art show? And I went to Bean with the number and I said, you know what? We'll buy the bar. And they said, you're crazy. And I said, let's do this. Let's see what this does. Within the first 2 hours, this is a 7-hour event, they had record sales. And the president came over and said, thanks, buddy, for that lesson. I don't think I could have heard it, but I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. I borrow that from what we've created here in Salida. We had more record sales, but there was something about we weren't toe tapping. We didn't take the small glass of wine. Yep, oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jackie Byrne.
I always go after the tall guy. Mayor and council, I'm here tonight to address, I guess, a shock and surprising, I didn't know, read it in the paper this morning, saw it on social media, that the city of Salida has decided to go to a 4-day week. Wow. Most people that I know in businesses get paid on a Friday. And that's when they usually come in and do most of their business, pay their bills, whatever. I realize that Chaffee County government has gone to a 4-day work week, and that's been kind of a nightmare if you kind of do the survey around. And I didn't want to come tonight without doing my research. So I made 11 calls. And out of those 11 calls, I called Buena Vista, Fairplay, Gunnison, Saguache, Aspen, Vale, and Breckenridge. And there's only one town that has a 4-day work week and a half of a Friday. and that's Breckenridge. The rest of them are Monday through Friday. And I find this kind of disappointing that Salida would do this, for the simple fact that why did we just choose Monday through Friday? Most of our holidays are on Monday. So now we're only working a 3-day work week. If you wanted to consider that, why wasn't it done Tuesday through Friday? And then they get their holiday off. I'm not sure what the concept is here, but I'm also very surprised when I checked with some council folks that they didn't know anything about it. The last time I recollect that we are not a home rule government. And so I am confused why council has not been involved with this. My understanding is that it was with staff. And the other thing that I am concerned about, and people have addressed, is moving the police department out of the city limits. They're in the city limits, but they're not downtown. Are we considering a base station? Not everything happens on F Street. You've got a lot of things that go on downtown. Maybe you should consider moving it down by the Ridge Apartments, because that's where most of the calls have been here lately. So I think we need to back up, regroup, and consider the citizens and the people that are paying the taxes and getting the bills paid on Fridays. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Do we have anyone online?
We do not.
Okay, very good. Then we're going to move on, and we do have a proclamation this evening, and that is declaring June 2024 LGBTQ+ Pride Month. Whereas the City of Salida supports the rights of every citizen to experience equality and freedom from discrimination, and whereas the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ+ communities contribute to the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our city, and whereas while we as a society at large are slowly embracing new definitions of sexuality and gender, we must also acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas the City of Salida is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equality for LGBTQ++ people in our diverse community, and whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has infinite dignity and worth, the Salida City Council calls upon the people of the city to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides support and advocacy for Salida's LGBTQ+ community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, the City of Salida does hereby proclaim June 2024 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month in the City of Salida. And then next up, we have we're in a new business, and that's to approve the 2023 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, and we'll add that revenue piece as well.
And I would like to invite Matt to present. I'm sure he's been on time online for a little while before we talk about the policy, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Matt Miller is a CPA that was in charge of the audit fieldwork this year and a managing partner in his firm.
Amy, can you wait?
We can't hear. There's too much talking.
Okay. Hi, Matt.
Give us just.
Hi, everyone. I gotta get him back up.
People don't want to listen to the financial report.
I know.
That's how we scare them all away before we get to the good stuff.
Just give me the signal. When you want, just go like that.
Sorry about that, Matt. You probably noticed we had a large crowd tonight, and they're all leaving.
Yeah, you had a few people there for sure.
Exactly. Anyhow, I'm going to turn this over to Matt to present the 2023 audit results.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. Like Amy said, my name is Matt Miller. I'm a CPA and one of the partners with McMahon and Associates. So our firm is based out of Avon, and we specialize in financial statement audits. So we primarily work with local governments. We audit local governments all over the state of Colorado, but mostly up in the mountains, including the majority of the ski towns around Colorado. To give you a little bit of background on what the actual audit process is itself, first we break it into kind of three main parts. So the first one is planning, the second one is fieldwork, and then the final one is reporting. Ultimately, reporting is what we're here to do today. So when we start with planning, we actually send a long list of requests to Amy and Kristen to upload in advance. And so they upload all of that a couple of weeks before we actually show up for fieldwork. And so somebody goes through all of that, the planning. So we read all your meeting minutes. We look at your budget and compare it to the actuals to see what you planned to happen versus what actually happened. We would compare variances there. We look at what happened this year versus last year. And then we actually take sections of your entire database of transactions, and then we perform what's called data analytics on those. Auditing has really kind of shifted from random sampling to data analytics the last few years, and this is something that we've been doing for about 4 years now. And so this year we focused primarily on what you spent money on. Some years we focus on, say, billings in the water or something like that, but this year we focused on credit card transactions. You had almost 2,500 credit card transactions that we put through there, and then we looked through your disbursements in general. And then that kind of guides where we want to spend time when we come on site. And so I was on site with one of our other staff members. There was actually 4 of us working on it though. So the way that we kind of staff it, I'm the partner, but Lillian is the manager, and she has a pretty young son who was just born. So she was not traveling at that time. So she did not join us, but there was just a couple of us there. And that's when I think we do what everybody thinks of as the actual kind of audit procedures. That's when we're digging through your bank statements, ticking and tying them out to your financials. We actually independently confirm with the bank what you say is there is actually there. We go through your accounts receivable. We would analyze that those are actually being collected, whether or not maybe the allowance needs to change for something that you may or may not get. And we look to see that it's being coded to the correct year. So obviously we want to get revenue earned in 2023 posted to 2023. And then the next section that we look at would be any kind of prepaid items or inventory. So obviously if you're marking it as prepaid, we want to make sure that it is a prepaid expense, just because that affects the bottom line. We look at your capital asset addition. So kind of 2 main things there. We want to know what you're buying to see if it seems like a reasonable expense and something that should be capitalized. And then we analyze the useful lives that you're depreciating those over. At the end of the day, that's an estimate, but you follow industry standards. What we're really trying to identify though is that you're not adding something like carpet with a 100-year life. We all know it's not going to last that long. We go through your accounts payable. So again, we're looking to see what you're buying. We want to see that it's a reasonable expense, that it appears to have been coded correctly and recorded correctly. We recalculate all of your payroll and we actually compare it back to what you reported to the IRS. And then we spend time with your debt agreements. So obviously existing debt, we want to make sure that you're paying it, you're following essentially what you've agreed to. And then we did look at new debt this year. And then there was one minor new accounting standard that was in effect this year. It's called subscription-based technology arrangements. So basically, if you are, it's kind of like a lease. You're basically leasing something such as software that works with your police body cameras. So that is now considered an asset of the city. So we went through a lot of agreements for that this year. And then the last part is reporting. So once we're done with field work, we go back to our office and we work on putting together your report. I can pause here for any questions on kind of the audit procedures. Otherwise, I can jump into the report itself.
Any questions for Matt before we move on into the report? Okay, I think you're good.
Okay, so you present what's called an annual comprehensive financial report. That is a lot more than you actually need to present. So this includes more than Colorado requires. and you actually do get an award for excellence in financial reporting for that. So to give you a quick overview of what's included in here, the first part is in an introductory section. So there's a letter of transmittal in there from your staff talking about kind of Salida in general and looking forward. There is a little bit of information about elected officials, the organizational chart, and then that award for excellence in financial reporting in there. And then the next section is the financial section itself. And this is really the bulk of the report. The first part is the independent auditor's report. You received what's called an unmodified opinion. That's a clean audit opinion, and that's exactly what you want. The second part is management's discussion and analysis. And so that's a high level year-over-year look at the city. And there's a few parts in there where management gets to analyze, budget variances and then looking forward. And then section C, which is where we can pause for a minute on page C1, that's the actual beginning of the audited financial statements themselves. And like any government, you present multiple types of financial statements in here. So page C1 and C2 are what's called the long-term financial statements. And so when you're talking about long-term financial statements, it's a little different than what council sees on a regular basis and what you budget on. So this includes long-term things such as capital assets. You'll see your pension reporting is in there and all of the long-term debt is shown. And so that's page C1 and C2. If you move to page C2, the way that this is essentially reporting is from left to right and then from top to bottom. And it shows the extent to which you are subsidizing certain activities with tax revenue. So to give you an example, public safety, the expenses were about 5.1 million, and then actual revenue directly related to that function is recorded at charges for services, any kind of capital operating there. So that's like 180,000. And so as you flow down, you'll see from this financial statement perspective, you had roughly a $1.9 million income in your governmental funds. But I always like to kind of caution on the first few pages, that's a little deceiving because of all of the things that are wrapped up in there, specifically highlighting your pensions. That's something that's completely out of your control. So if we move to page C3, this is more or less what you're probably familiar with seeing. These are your fund level financial statements. So you'll see government or general fund, street fund, all the way through to your capital improvement fund. And so this is on what's called a modified accrual basis. That basically just means it's essentially a short-term outlook. So everything you see in these financial statements happened during the year or within about 60 days of the year end. And so if we go to page C5, that's the income statement that essentially shows money in and out of the door. As a whole, I think it's important to look at the excess of revenues over expenditures or expenditures over revenue. The city had about a $3.2 million net loss this year, meaning you spent some of your fund balance down. That's kind of something important to highlight, I guess, with all of the conversations today, and it sounds like the revenue policy that you are considering. The bottom line changed, it went upward a lot, but that's because you issued debt that was largely unspent at the end of 2023 for the fire station. But in general, the general fund ran about a $600,000 or a $700,000 deficit. The street fund had about a $2.4 million deficit and actually ended the year with a deficit fund balance, meaning that to make all of those payments, they basically borrowed from another fund. So moving from here, section D are the footnotes to the financial statements. And so this is where you can find all of the information that's behind the numbers. So significant accounting policies are included in there. You have information about what kind of cash and investments you're holding at year end, what kind of debts outstanding, and what kind of capital assets you have. And then there's quite a few pages about your pension plans in there. And the pensions are the FPPA, which is for the fire and the police. And then following the notes are sections E and F. And so that is essentially your budget to actual schedules. So it shows what you planned to happen, any kind of budget amendments that you had in each fund, and then what actually happened. And there's also some 10-year schedules that detail some information about your pensions in there. And then the final kind of main section of the normal report is section G, which are statistical tables. So this is something that is required in order to get that award, but most of the statistical tables are a 10-year kind of outlook for the city itself. And then because you spent more than $750,000 of federal money during 2023, the city got what's called a single audit. So you pretty much went through normal audit and then kind of a hyper-focused audit on those federal dollars. And so section H is related to that. We are happy to report that we did not have any kind of question costs, any kind of internal controls noted. So that's a nice clean single audit. And that's really important because you want to maintain a low risk kind of rating as an entity. It does at the end of the day help when you apply for grants. And you don't have to respond to the federal government for a couple of years for findings. So that's exactly how you want to keep it. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the actual report itself.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
In relationship to comments you made, Matt? The reason the street fund is overspent is a strategic decision on our part to do the Phase 2 Poncha Boulevard. Just want to remind you that we did talk about that, and we're planning on having to borrow funds from the general fund to make that happen.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Critelli?
Well, and then therefore, to that point, less money spent this year in relation to that.
Right.
Cool.
Yeah, I have a couple comments, Mr. Mayor, and following up to what the auditor had to say. So as treasurer, it is part of my duties to oversee the annual audit. Earlier this year, I independently met with the audit team, Lillian, who we referred to, and reviewed the audit's proposed scope of work and its parameters. Seeing no issues, I communicated such to the mayor and city administrator. I want to once again say that the overspends were reviewed and approved. So also the finance committee, as part of our purview, reviewed the annual finance report that's being presented tonight and our meeting May 29th. And the committee had no objections with the draft report. I want to make that real clear. And then finally, I want to also point out that the auditor's financial report once again recognizes the outstanding work that our city's finance department provides to our citizens. And I think they should be recognized for that. So that's all my comments.
And I would just add on to that. It was just, about 5-6 years ago, we were on the cusp of getting a deficiency letter on the audit. And then we hired Amy, and now things are really going well, so thank you.
Yeah, and the one thing I would add is that the audit report is an extensive document. Obviously, some citizens challenged council tonight. We pay the auditors to summarize that for us and present it to us. So I would never expect a council person to say that they could raise their hand and say they've completely read the audit report and fully understand it. We pay professionals to do that for us.
Thank you.
With the purview of the treasurer's office. So.
Thank you.
And if you guys have a major in any of this, I thought we needed to do that.
Well, I mean, I have more than 30 years' experience in finance, but it's not municipal government finance. That's a very special animal, and that's why we have Amy, and that's why we have staff, because we are required, it's a pretty high bar, the requirements that we have to face. And I agree, there's no one person who could be on top of that. That doesn't mean I did not thoroughly read the packet. I certainly did.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the point of the comment that was challenging us. I don't think any of us felt the need to raise our hand. So I just want to say that.
It is a trick to the public, though, that if you raise your hand if you're whatever, put whatever you want there, 3 children in adult clothes trying to sneak into a movie theater. We're not up here to respond to that directly. This isn't a conversational thing. This is, we hear, we take notes, we listen, that's it. We're not your monkeys to dance and raise our hands.
We've also lost most of the public.
Yeah.
Was there to hear that comment. And I just want to point out how unfortunate that is and just revisit this idea of changing the order of the agenda so that we can respond. However, then we wouldn't have launched right into this, which addresses that concern.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yep.
So I just wanted to say congratulations to Amy and team for the award. That's a big deal. So we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I need to say
Yes,
that the
everything
auditors
went
help a lot with
really
that
the
too.
audit. And one thing I always like to highlight is that you present the annual comprehensive financial report. We have about 30 clients that do it. It's only more sophisticated clients that do it. And this is the second one issued for the year. Everybody else runs right up to the deadline before getting it out. And Amy has had it for probably a month before we got on your agenda. So that just really speaks to how organized they were and how quickly they were able to turn it around.
And the auditors are pretty amazing too.
Yes.
Thank you for sticking with us, because a few years ago, we weren't in the same place we are today, thanks to Amy and her staff, so.
Yep.
Did you have something? No.
Yep. I just want to say everything went really smoothly. We don't have anything to report. If you did, you'd have a nice long letter from us, which is exactly what you don't want.
Right.
I do think the comprehensive summaries at the beginning are really educational. I can see the amount of work that goes into those from all staffs and probably the treasurer's office too. So I appreciate those and giving the 30,000-foot view of what we're looking at here.
We do need you to formally approve them so we can finalize them.
Okay. Who would like to?
I will.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the annual comprehensive financial report as presented.
Second.
So I have a motion from Councilmember Fontana, seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort, and the motion is to approve the annual comprehensive financial report as presented. Further discussion?
Fontana,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Critelli.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is resolution.
Everybody,
Oh, do we have, we're good, right?
Yeah, that was just.
The revenue reduction.
Oh, that's right.
response-
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
policy.
Thank you.
You know, and this is not in reaction to anything bad that's happening. I mean, we're still in good financial shape. Of course, our revenue streams are flattening. You know, we've got a lot of pressures on the community. You know, we're building a giant fire station. I think the timing is good to start considering what do we do if there's a significant reduction in revenue going against what the budget is planning for. And this just lays out a methodical approach, you know, who calls that we're having a budget, challenge, and what are the steps that we go through in order to deal with that. So it's just, every year I've been presenting a new policy to you. You know, we had a fund balance policy that sets our minimum reserve levels. We have a financial policies that just kind of lays out, basic stuff like we set a balanced budget. How do you define a balanced budget? And that sort of thing. Purchasing policy, we updated that a few years ago. So this seemed like a good year to do a revenue reduction response policy. I think it's pretty non-threatening and a good thing to have. It is one of the recommended policies an efficient government should have. Did you get a chance to look through it, or do you want me to summarize it? Any questions or comments?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just, so nothing currently on our books as
No.
a city to address,
No.
even after like well, I mean, certainly Salida's had revenue reduction, I would imagine this.
No, we actually are still increasing our sales tax. We're still up.
Oh, I mean, like in
Yeah.
the past, I'm talking
Oh,
like
okay.
housing market crash.
Oh, yeah. You know.
So I'm surprised just to hear that we don't have like a policy in place already.
Right,
is what I'm-
right. Yeah.
We just don't.
And it's just a good idea to have a policy like this in place.
We've had it.
So
We've had revenue
we're
reduction.
trying
We just
to
never
get
Had to
policy.
reduce revenue, but we haven't had a policy about how to do it.
oh,
So
oh.
This is something that Amy and I
Just on the fly and-
discussed.
Sure, no.
It's just putting a plan in place
Yeah.
so that we have a document to reference and can work from when the time comes.
If the time comes.
Right.
That's a good way to put it.
So it doesn't look like we're making arbitrary decisions.
Right.
Did you have?
Could you just speak a little bit more to whether it's standard practice, best practice?
It
Most
is.
cities have a policy.
It is. It's a pretty boilerplate policy, actually, that I think a lot of municipalities out there currently are operating under. This wasn't a very creative process, okay? I did a lot of borrowing.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if now is the time or when we get to it on the agenda, but it did come up a couple of times in public comment where they talked, you're doing a revenue reduction policy and you're talking about a new police station. And I'm wondering if maybe you'd be open to speaking a little bit about that, or we can also have that conversation a little bit too.
Sure, and I will say, funds are tighter than they've been the last couple of years. We don't have the flexibility that we did when revenues were increasing in double digits. We don't have that sort of growth anymore. We had built up fund balance reserves to a very significant level. We were not able to spend a lot of those reserves on projects during COVID because we were having a really hard time getting projects started up. So we're getting caught up in projects that have been on the, books for quite a while. The fire station was a very big project for the city. If you recall, our long-term plan, when we were planning for the fire station, did estimate that this year we would be spending below our fund balance reserve level, the minimum level that we're supposed to, maintain. We are not going to do that this year. We might have to next year, depending on, what you want to put in the 2025 budget. It's going to be tight going forward. And we predicted that, because we have to work about $1 million in debt service in. As far as the police station, we just felt, and I'm sorry you all were criticized for that because you had nothing to do with that getting on the agenda, obviously. But we felt it was a very good opportunity that was presented to us, land or a building that meets the needs long-term perfectly. And it's a really good price. I mean, we would not be able to build a new police station 5 years down the road for anywhere near the amount if we buy it now and remodel this building. So we'll have further discussion about it in executive session.
Or we might not actually, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we can, right. Yeah, we talked about that internally, but yeah, we'll probably discuss it in the open since it's all out there anyhow.
We can come back, and I know you've.
Yeah, and the police station was discussed during the finance committee meeting. Our two council representatives were present. We all gave permission to move forward at that point. We felt that it was responsible to visit and negotiate around it.
And as I understand it, with negotiations, that's one of the reasons you go into executive session, because you certainly don't want the seller to know how much you're willing to go up to. And so it's, by virtue of that, it has to be under wraps.
And it's unfortunately a pretty quick process too. I mean, when you've got a building for sale, you've got to react. We've got to be like everybody else. We're competing to buy this building. And it seems to us We'll see what you think, like a really good deal. I will say, paying for that money, paying that amount out of reserves is not recommended. I am going to recommend that we finance that over a 10-year period. And actually, we can again discuss that. It's actually a 25-year period. But yeah, I think that would be better so that we don't spend our fund balance reserves at this time for that.
Thanks, Amy. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, if there's nothing else on that.
I'd like to add a comment about
Yeah.
that. You know, in 2002, when we bought a home, we were in a bidding war. People think that property evaporates instantly now, and that's a new phenomenon. No, it's not. And so we are pragmatic enough to realize when there's a piece of property that fits our needs, where we've got some staff in a broom closet or whatever they're going through, we're pragmatic enough to say, we need to do this. Just like individuals can do, we must do.
We felt it was a good idea to at least ask. It seems like a really good opportunity and didn't mean to rush it. We don't need a police station tomorrow, but, you know, we have an opportunity, so.
Thanks. And an opportunity to have something for the next 30 years.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? Then we're going to move on to Resolution 2024-35, a resolution.
Mayor,
I think we need to approve.
you have to approve the,
Oh.
it was
We know we
removed-
did.
You
Oh,
guys
the-
removed it from the consent
Oh,
agenda.
that's right. We
So now we need to
approved,
vote
we
for
approved,
it.
got it. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the revenue reduction response policy.
Second.
So a motion from Councilmember Critelli, seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort, and the motion is to approve the revenue
Reduction response.
policy.
So let's hope we
Triple
never
R.
have to implement it.
Yeah, triple R,
Yerp.
okay. Yeah, okay. Further discussion?
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Fontana.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. And now, next up, Resolution 2024-35, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, supporting the city's adoption of the Model Electric Preferred Amendments to the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, IECC, and thereby urging Chaffey County and its building department to formally adopt the same. Thanks, Sarah.
Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah.
Almost like a liquor hearing.
Thank you, Council. So we first presented this in work session, not yesterday, but last week, to get y'all's feedback. So I'll go through this pretty quickly since this is something you all have seen before. I'm starting with kind of bringing forward a reminder of why we're having this conversation. The United States' most recent national climate assessment concluded that while greenhouse gases have been declining, it's not nearly enough to meet the targets necessary to avoid the risks of climate change. As a primarily tourist economy, climate change impacts us greatly. Moreover, the assessment indicated that every fraction of a degree of additional warming we can avoid decreases climate-related risks in the future. In 2018, the city of Salida did a greenhouse gas emissions survey and found that the city's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions came from energy use from buildings. You can see here that that was about 38%. You all took action in 2021 by passing a resolution urging the county to adopt the 2021 international, IECC. And then in 2024, you partnered with the county and passed the ordinance to adopt the most recent energy code. Other things you guys did, because you're so forward-thinking, is that you established a climate action plan, a Salida Energy Action Plan, and codified the Sustainability Committee. The Sustainability Committee has been working hard on this issue, and we actually have members from our Energy Subcommittee here tonight. We thank them for that. In the Climate Action Plan, it called out mandating no to low carbon standards for new construction and major remodels. And in our energy action plan, we have a goal that it mirrors the state, which reduces energy-related carbon emissions by at least 50% by 2030 from a 2021 baseline and achieve net zero carbon energy use by 2050. So, with all of that being said, knowing that the 2021 Energy Code was adopted, it is currently at electric ready, which means that fossil fuels are allowed in new construction, but pre-wiring for future electric use is required. And the committee really looked at all of the options, which we went through during the work session, and really advocated for an amendment towards electric preferred. There's lots of different amendments that can go way further, but this felt like a really good and fair compromise, maintaining developers' choice to include gas appliances in new construction, while at the same time reducing greenhouse gas emissions and utility bills for new home and business owners. So why electrify? What impact does that make? So methane is hydrocarbon, which is, this is going a little beyond my science background, but that's the primary component of gas. Natural gas emits methane during production, processing, storage, transmission, distribution, and use. It's the second most abundant greenhouse gas after carbon dioxide and is more than 28 times as potent as carbon dioxide. So by electrifying, we have the opportunity to make a huge dent in greenhouse gas emissions. In this process, the Sustainability Committee really wanted to reach out to a lot of different community members. We reached out to builders and developers and the Economic Development Council, and kind of some big reoccurring themes was talking about housing affordability, the impact on local business, and whether our energy grid could handle electrification to this scale. What came out of that was that with going towards a compromise towards electric preferred, you're unlikely to have significant impacts on affordable housing. It's actually long-term likely to reduce energy burden for low-income homeowners and renters because you've made the building more efficient. It makes city and county more competitive for state and federal grants because we're going after this more progressive energy amendment. In regards to local business, it's a reminder that this new code would only affect new builds, so we wouldn't be going back in and retrofitting places that have been around since the 1900s. I reference, the Sustainability Committee references the Lotus report, and we found that in that report there wasn't a significant cost, and actually it would reduce energy burden on local businesses. And we're in an unprecedented time right now where a lot of businesses and governments and nonprofits have access to the Inflation Reduction Act tax incentives, and they would have the ability to access those. Finally, we reached out to Xcel Energy and other electric utilities. They don't really have any concerns with this electric preferred adoption. They don't feel like it would be a burden on the system, and they've have a 30-year plan to help mitigate that. So the Sustainability Committee recommends that Council pass a resolution urging Chaffee County to adopt the electric preferred amendment, and I'm here if you guys have any questions.
Questions for Sarah?
I said one about the, there's going to be a tax incentive for the builders to go electric preferred for the new, for the new builds, I guess, at this offer.
So that was in reference to local business owners. So adopting electric preferred amendments, and local commercial developers allows them to take advantage of these tax incentives. So the Sustainability Committee took a great next step and even highlighted them. So in case you're curious, Section 179D tax deduction and Section 45L tax credits are things that they would be eligible for by having a more progressive energy amendment with a more energy efficient envelope.
Is it also, so moving forward, you're saying, so this will just apply for new builds from here on, right?
That is correct.
So will that tax, will the, I guess if somebody were, build a house in the last, 5 years or so, can they go back and upgrade to this, get themselves upgraded to this new electric preferred and also be eligible for those, for like a tax?
That's a good
credit?
question. I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. I had.
I do. I have a few questions. So where you talk about the housing affordability, the word unlikely is used. So it says it's unlikely to have significant cost impacts to affordable housing. So each time we change what the code that's passing, we just put one through, like you said, it was the electric ready, and we just passed that one. So then the builders or the developers or the single, person doing their home has to adapt to those codes that we just passed. Now we're asking them to do another one. So doesn't it seem like with each time we do this, that's adding to the cost of housing as we apply more and more stringent rules on those? And I understand that it's sustainability we're going for, but at this point, we're also going for affordable housing. So it just puts the cost up higher and higher every time to build that.
Yeah, so what we've done is we've talked to a couple of builders and developers. Since this new 2021 code was just rolled out, we've heard that there's actually been a little bit of preference to, if there's going to be a change, do it now, before all of the education materials come out from the county and from different partners. And to address your questions on upfront costs with the 2021 energy code versus the 2020 energy code with electric preferred, we're talking about $2,000. In the Lotus report, they predicted for a single family home that the incremental construction cost to comply with electric ready, where we are, can range from about $900 to $2,500. And with the amendment to electric preferred, it's about the same range. So it's not not a great incremental cost than if the Sustainability Committee was advocating for all electric.
Well, and to say that it's not a big cost, it is, because what'll happen is the builder will have to pay $1,000 more in materials. Then they'll mark that up, and then somebody else will mark that up, and then the end user, which is hopefully somebody that can afford that house, will have to pay the cost of that. A builder can build a house any way you tell them to build it. But what's going to happen is each time you change it, it's going to add cost to the end user or to the developer, where you say you have to do these 5 houses this way. Well, then the next one has to be affordable. Then that affordable cost goes up. The rest of those houses, the cost goes up also, so that one is not affordable anymore, or those other 5 are not affordable to a regular working person. Each time we pass something on, it feels like it gets more and more unaffordable.
Yeah, can you talk about the end user's savings?
Yeah, I can.
In the long run?
Can I just real quick?
Well, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because I was just running some numbers on that 900 to 2,500. If we had a home, let's say, that cost $600,000 to build, that's a 0.4% increase, which is sort of a rounding error. I mean, it's not, I just don't see that squashing development. I mean, I just was running numbers. I was just curious. I'm sorry.
Either way, let's talk about those savings on those
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
That are gonna be living in this, when it comes to energy savings.
So the 30-year energy savings for going electric preferred is going to be for the homeowner about $14,500, which is no small thing in electric bills. Another thing you have to consider is that with electric preferred, it gives the developer the option to develop in the way that they feel is best. Maybe they have a really good deal with an insulation person, and so they aren't going to build all electric, but they have a guy and they know that person really well, and they can get a deal on extra insulation measures, which would comply with the electric preferred amendment. So while I hear you that there might be some added costs going towards electric preferred, we're already seeing those added costs with electric ready, and you're also combating greenhouse gas emissions and thinking about the long-term viability of a town like Salida.
And I would just like to add that we have given this a lot of time. I had to force that a little bit. There was people that wanted to see this passed right away with adoption of the energy code, and we haven't heard a peep publicly from the building or developing community. You know, I came up at a council meeting when we first heard about it in public comment. Councilmember Casper at the time said, I would like to go forward with this. My response was, I would like to wait and see if it's going to affect affordable housing or what we hear from the development community, and we did not hear anything, including in this 2-week span from hearing about it at the work session till our vote tonight. So, like we discussed at the work session, many builders are already building this way without the requirement, and it's just doesn't seem like it's going to be a hardship.
So I had one more comment. So I have heard from a few of the people in the building community, because they've come to me. They didn't come to council, they just came because they know where I am. And each, I talked to an electrician, I talked to a plumber, I talked to a developer, different types of contractors who say, you know what, it's gonna cost the end user a markup. And so if they purchase materials from me, they mark that up 30% or 20%. So that what'll have to happen is you have to put more into your building, more in the wiring, more in those systems in the house, which they in turn will mark up, which I know will have an effect on the price of housing. And it always does. If you add more regulations and you ask them to do more and more, which we just passed, this will add more cost to that. So I have heard from quite a few in the building community, and I know they haven't come here since we talked about it.
Something I always tell people is that maybe other council members will need to hear from you.
Right.
If you want this to go somewhere, because otherwise,
Yeah.
Yeah, and my personal experience with this is they built my place as crappy as they could. They totally did, 100%. And so I got to buy a $7,500 on-demand heater because my heater was underrated for my space. I was freezing to death. We could literally not get the house warm. The plumber said that's because the heater was underrated for your space. So they did not do it correctly in the first place. I got to pay another $1,000 for insulation in my attic because there was barely anything in there. So all of the heat of that struggling boiler trying to crank out enough heat for my 900 square foot home was just going right out the roof. So if they don't build it correctly, this is why I hear from people on a regular basis applying for CSBG grants to buy a new heater because their house is inadequately insulated in the first place, and this is a giant problem in Great Britain. It is not unique to the United States. We are profit-driven, we are money worshipers, and that's what we do, and that's the consequences. Then old people are freezing to death in their homes when their circulation is at the lowest ebb of their entire lifetime. And so I'd like to see houses built warm.
Any other questions before we move on to council discussion? Okay, thank you, Sarah. Okay.
Oh, well,
Wait, are you guys gonna take away my
Sorry,
gas stove? Okay,
I just
sorry, you
wanted
don't
to
have
say
answer.
really quick, Sarah, just
away my
thank you
guns
for like all of this. I was looking over it's like the Rocky Mountain Institute analysis that you mentioned in the report. And just seeing that they talk about making sure to like educate the consumers and developers. I just want to make sure that we do that so that they are aware. And it sounds like you've been working with them, like you've gone to them, and I just appreciate all of that. But yeah, just thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, council discussion. Who wants to start?
I would just like to thank the Sustainability Committee and this Energy Subcommittee again this is the first advisement from that new committee, and they really looked at the whole system of what they're recommending here. They answered so many questions that I had, and I know it was a lot of work, so I really appreciate the write-up that came with this advisement.
No, I feel like it was very thorough in everything that you have done, and so I appreciate that.
I think it's great that we're doing this. Of course, it's gonna, prices are gonna go up now, but building and sustainability and making sure that we're doing things right for our next generation and our earth and everything that needs to be going on right now. The long-term, savings that these people are gonna have, and then also the peace of mind knowing that they've spent a little bit more money up front to do the right thing in the long run. So I think we're on the right path. So I'm all for it.
So one last thing is, if they can't afford the house to begin with because the cost has gone up, it's hard to see if you're going to save, or, in turn, if you can't afford it, you can't understand your savings.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that a homeowner needs to go into. It's just something, I mean, that's just the way it is. I'm like, I couldn't afford to build one of these houses now, for sure. But it's just something it's the way the world is. You got to make sure your finances are set, and either you got to sit and save and make sure that you got the money to do it, or you don't. And then you figure out ways to kind of make it work these days, I guess.
I would just go back also to those grant opportunities that exist with the city's involvement, as well as county and Chaffey Housing Authority involvement in building affordable housing, and the grant opportunities that are going to be available to us to help make that affordable housing happen by adopting this amendment too.
And it is good to have that uniformed approach so we don't have affordable housing built cheaply. And having that tiered system where it's just like, oh, this is affordable housing, we don't need as much insulation.
Heat optional.
Right, heat optional, all these things. As I've grew up understanding affordable housing to be, is that like, oh, it's like camping. So, yeah, I think this is good. Good all around.
Yes.
Treat everybody the same.
Suzanne, I definitely see that word unlikely, and it makes me nervous too. I really do get that. However, hearing Dominique express that, we've been given time for this, and we've been presented information that, again, the word unlikely, but it's unlikely that it's going to have significant cost impact. And it's just going to get more rigorous, the laws. And if we can just kind of do it now, instead of then a year, 2 years, 5 years from now, and then I don't know. I see your concern, but I think I'm gonna trust Dominique on this, and just say, if you're like, we've been given them time, and we wanted to see what that research looked like. We've been presenting the research. I'm gonna have to probably go with that.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I move to approve Resolution 2024-35, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, supporting city's adoption of the Model Electric Preferred Amendments to the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, and thereby urging Chaffey County and its building department to formally adopt the same.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to give that photo finish to Critelli. So we have a motion from Councilmember Nacarado, seconded by Councilmember Critelli. The motion is to approve Resolution 2024-35, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, supporting the city's adoption of the Model Electric Preferred Amendments to the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, IECC, and thereby urging Chaffey County and its building department to formally adopt the same. Further discussion?
Nacarado,
Yes.
Peppenfort,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Fontana,
No.
Critelli,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay. And that brings us to Resolution 2024-37, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, to allow overnight camping in Marvin Park from June 11th through June 17th for the FIBARC event. Thanks, Diesel.
Can I just say something real quick?
Oh.
I would like to recuse myself from this. I will not be voting for anything due to FIBARC.
Well, you might have ruined my fastest resolution of the night goal. Thanks. As per standard, the FIBARC has requested that competitors camp in the downstream parking lot at Marvin Park. They've done this for numerous years. Preemptively, we have not heard anything from the community or the neighborhood. That has been a question that we seek out and haven't heard anything. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you have.
Questions for Diesel?
I do. So I am, I've never camped at FIBARC, I've never competed or any of that, so there's like 3 questions. So who is allowed to camp? Is there extra security? And these are not coming from me, they're coming from other people asked. And who is responsible for the trash, the potties, and the cleanup?
So there are extra porta potties. So they're expected to use the porta potties if they don't have a unit. FIBARC, the board, handles the cleanup. It's for competitors. And I believe this year there I heard a rumor, my wife is on the board. I heard a rumor that there was a request from a vendor to potentially say it is not for spectators. So it is just for people who are part of the festival, either competing or vending. And the other question,
Was the security.
They have a full-time security monitoring who goes in and out. I don't think they stay overnight. And it is marketed as this is a competitor camping area. This is not a social place. We have not heard any issues in any of the previous years.
That was all of mine.
Any other questions? And maybe help Diesel out with the fastest resolution tonight.
There you go. Got to vote.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-37 to allow overnight camping in Marvin Park from June 11th to June 17th for the 2024 FIBARC event.
Second.
So motion from Councilmember Fontana, seconded by Councilmember Critelli. The motion is to approve Resolution 2024-37 to allow overnight camping in Marvin Park from June 11th through June 17th for the 2024 FIBARC event. Further discussion?
Martin,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Peppenfort,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay. And next up, thanks Diesel, is Resolution 2024-38, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, approving citizen appointments to the Planning Commission pursuant to Section 2-7-10 of the Salida Municipal Code.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So 2 of our Planning Commission members have terms that expire actually at the end of this week. So that's why we're bringing this forward to you today. Apologize for the late addition to the agenda. So Commissioners Greg Fillet, who is currently serving as chair, and regular member Michelle Walker are up for reappointment in front of you all.
The suggested motion is provided along with the current makeup of the existing commission and their relative term expirations. So with that, I can just go ahead and take any questions that you might have.
Question?
The question about being able to contact Ms. Walker? Do we know that she's safe?
She is safe. I actually just
Okay.
heard from her just a little while ago.
Okay.
She admitted to not being on top of her city email.
Okay.
And so did make contact with her, and she did acknowledge and express interest in reappointment.
Which sort of brings up an issue around the challenge of if we're having trouble at making contact with somebody, is that necessarily the right person for the board? You know, I mean, we're all have to be accessible, and I mean, we do have alternates. I'm just throwing it out there that I view that as a little troublesome.
Yeah, I've never seen a write-up on an appointee put in that way, ever.
You say so she just hasn't been showing up and hasn't been coming to the meetings, is that?
Her participation has been
Lacking.
spotty. I would say that has been the case for a few other commissioners. I would say communication has been the biggest challenge with Ms. Walker as far as just knowing if she's going to be there or not. With some of the others that have not attended, we have had more consistent communication about that. When she's there, she's been very engaged.
Kind of like no call, no show kind of thing?
Yeah, there have been instances of that.
I guess there's like limitless opportunities for that on P&Z to no call, no show.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw that out there and see.
Yeah,
what
because there are two alternates that could be moved up.
I sort of missed the nuance on that comment in the CAF. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't give Mrs. Walker a chance to address that? Is that normal protocol? Can we do that?
We could. I mean, we could extend this to the following meeting, opportunity for reappointment.
Could we reappoint Greg tonight and push the reappointment of Michelle Walker to another meeting soon?
I don't see any issues unless legal staff sees some issues with that.
I need her to report to the principal's office.
Yeah, I don't know what the protocol would be because I've just never seen that posited that way.
I think it's a combination of.
You actually did not reappoint once for the Prost when there was excessive absences. And for Prost, and I think it may be for all boards and commissions, 2 unexcused absences is the limit, was the limit that I followed when I came to you suggesting that someone not be reappointed.
So it was like a staff recommendation.
In that case, it was, and the comment from council, from Councilwoman Pappenforth actually was, this was really awkward and let's not do this again. Because it was, I didn't know how to approach it at the time.
It's already awkward.
So maybe what we do is we bring back in and we just have a candid conversation around communication and expectations with that.
Especially if that's a standard for Prosts and.
Yeah.
And make sure she still wants to be on the board. I mean, I know somebody had contacted her, but maybe she just needs to really show that she wants to be there, or just not show, tell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like we need to give her a warning at least, right? She had a warning.
No, there hasn't been. And I think that's fair. She wasn't at the last meeting to be able to discuss this and had not heard from her for a bit. So I think that would be.
A little slap on the wrist.
Okay.
And are we getting that expectation out to the boards that 2 unexcused absences and we're putting an alternate in? Do they know that?
I've had some individual conversations with some people who had recently started and hadn't communicated. And since then, I have gotten consistent communication, but we haven't addressed the entire board to that effect recently, at least. So
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, we can, and certainly I think adding that into Nina's very regular presentations around, sunshine laws and everything else, would be wise.
Yeah.
I will let the council know, we were looking at the city code, and pursuant to section 2720, there are provisions to remove a board or commission member should they be absent from 3 or more meetings in any 12-month period. So that's also an option for the board if she were to be reappointed.
Yeah, and I think we start with just expectations and communication. So I think we have a plan.
I will say, if you're on a board, you are expected to be there. I don't think that needs to be communicated.
Kind of like intrinsic in the
yeah,
What are the
I
questions
just-
we ask? Do you have time?
I have my avatar attending tonight.
Right.
I
It's a
just-
hologram.
We only recently adopted an attendance policy
For ourselves.
That's true.
Yeah.
We hold
We can't
ourselves
be
to a high
too
standard.
hard about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think we have some clarity around this. Does someone want to attempt a motion?
I can't
Well,
see it very well.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve Resolution 2024-38, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointment to the Planning Commission. Reappoint Greg Follet as a regular member, term to expire June 4th, 2028.
Second.
Okay. And do we want to put anything more in there just about, and to ask Michelle Walker to come in?
I think the instruction is clear. that-
Okay.
I don't think we need to make a resolution around it.
And I don't think it needs to be part of the resolution. If she's not reappointed through the resolution,
Okay.
then that position then becomes vacant.
Okay.
And then should it come up, we'll just have another resolution to either, at that point, it would be to appoint her because her position will have expired.
Okay. Well, thanks. Did we get a second?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who'd you say?
I think it was you.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, great. All right. So,
Although looking at it, if the resolution has Michelle Walker in there, I believe the appropriate motion would be to amend the resolution to remove her reappointment.
Okay.
I don't believe that we can just do one
Yeah.
at a time.
Okay.
Yeah, just ignore half of it.
Yes.
Do you want to try another crack at that one?
I move to amend Resolution 2024-38 to remove Michelle Walker from the resolution.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Nacarado, seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort. The motion is to amend Resolution 2024-38, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida approving the following appointment, and that would be to reappoint Greg Follet as a regular member, term to expire June 4th, 2028. Okay, all right. Further discussion?
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay.
And I'll be sure to bring this up with Planning Commission at the very next meeting, which we have next week as well.
But now you also have to
I
approve
move,
the amended.
I move to approve the amended Resolution 2024-38, a resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointment to the Planning Commission, reappoint Greg Follet as a regular member, term to expire June 4th, 2028.
Second.
So motion, Councilmember Nacarado, seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort. The motion is to amend Resolution 2024-38, to approve. Got it, approve Resolution 2024-38.
Is he a regular member or chair, though?
Chair.
It's okay,
So-
he's still.
Okay,
yeah.
I just want to make sure that's.
A resolution of the City Council for the City of Salida, Colorado, approving the following appointment to the Planning Commission. Reappoint Greg Follet as a regular member, term to expire June 4th, 2028. Further discussion? Okay.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay. and
Councilman
then-
Martin, the distinction between regular member is to distinguish it from an alternate as opposed to
Okay.
chair or vice chair.
Okay, thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
And I guess you can stay up there and lead us in the first and D creative space options.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
I think I will. So, yeah, we have, if you could go to the presentation, Christy.
Well, I'm trying to open it. Because you sent me two. Do you
I did, the
want both of them?
the most recent one, if you could.
No, the most recent one you sent two.
Oh, it might have just attached the previous one that I had, so.
All right, let me get this going really quick.
It's a Russian roulette.
Flip a coin, as far as which one goes, yeah.
Okay, flip.
Looks great.
All right.
Both of them look the same.
And you have you have the pointer
Oh,
too.
great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm back here with this today, and I believe that Charlie Deese, architect from Cushing Terrell, and Will Law from ArtSpace are online as well. They'll be able to add in a few points here and there. But basically, at the last meeting, at last work session, ArtSpace and Cushing Terrell brought the most recent design to you all. And we're showing you the end result of being responsive to the open houses and surveys that have been conducted regarding the site over the last 6 or so months, maybe 6-9 months. And very specifically regarding the external design of the First and D apartment site.
Is the volume on your computer, Ben?
Okay. I was just like, I've snapped, actually. I don't want anybody to know what I'm hearing right now.
One of me is bad enough. So anyways, there seemed to be consensus around that particular design. However, Councilman Critelli did bring up some concerns, generally speaking, of the art community around the amount of creative space within the project itself. And then that concern was reiterated the following evening by Councilman Stevens about the possibilities of expanding that space. So if I can get this to work. Nope, it's not working for me. Okay, well. So I wanted to go over a few things, and then we're going to provide some options as well, but we kind of need to lay some groundwork real quick. So a recap on some of the property and use limitations for First and D. It's less than a half an acre. It's zone C2 central business. There's a couple of overlays on it, historic protection overlay, not the downtown historic district, but that still comes with some architectural compatibility requirements. It's also in the Highway 291 residential overlay, which limits the project to 2 stories maximum. There are setbacks that need to comport with some of the surrounding properties, and then requires that the parking be at the rear of the building. With a project like this, you can have a maximum of 19 units that would be able to be administratively reviewed. Otherwise, it'll be a much larger public process. But in actuality, any more than that would actually be really challenging with the parking requirements and the 2-story limit anyways. Parking on the site is required to be 1-to-1, 1 space per unit when the required amount of deed-restricted housing is provided. Next, please, it's not working for me.
It's not working for me either.
Oh, okay.
You got rid of those guys.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm
now
gonna
you're
actually
flipping.
ask Erica to kind of go over the summary regarding some of the other legal restrictions on site.
So part of why we're looking at that 1-to-1 deed restricted housing is because we actually acquired this property, if the council will recall, through an eminent domain process. And so when any government entity acquires a property through eminent domain, there's a huge court process that occurs, and there was actually a court order that restricts the city to the type of use that we can use that property for. So when any government seizes a property, it's basically the property owner has no say in the sale of it. The city comes in and takes it. We pay a fair price for it. but as a result, we're then restricted in our use. And so in this particular case, we did go through the court process. We acquired the property through the court order, but the court order requires that the property has to be used to construct and maintain affordable housing and related improvements and for municipal uses. So unlike a lot of other city-obtained properties, we are now restricted in our ability to use the property because we went through the eminent domain process. Additionally, after we obtained the property, council went through and approved the ground lease back in December through an ordinance, and the ground lease further restricts our ability to what we're able to do with that property because of that contract.
Thank you, Erica. And I'll also mention that specifically the eminent domain language does not include commercial use. It specifically omits that. Let's see if this will work now. Ooh, maybe it did, or maybe that was you. I tried. Also funding sources. I think that's important to just bear in mind here. Most likely we'll be looking at DOH and Colorado Creative Industries for the primary sources of funding for this project. They generally do not pay for creative building space that's not somehow linked to the residents' creative activities. And though I do anticipate that some of the residents certainly will be of the creative types, this is technically an affordable workforce housing project. So it certainly will not likely be all of the residents as creatives, which, create some questions, I guess, around the use of it. And if the community were to be required to pay to build the non-residential space, i.e. the creative space or the common space, it could be estimated that that amount would be somewhere between 10 and 20% of the overall building cost. And just round numbers, that could be anywhere between about $750,000 and $2 million extra that we would need to come up with through whatever means that may be. So getting into the options real quick, current design that you saw at the last work session includes 19 affordable workforce units, one-to-one parking, so there's 19 parking spaces. It includes 1,200 square feet of common flex creative space, plus 900 square feet of lobby gallery space specifically for resident use. And then also just a reminder that the actual units themselves are designed to be sort of art studio-like, that they're very open layouts for creative types to be able to practice their trade in one way or another. Plus, I should also mention storage units. There's one per unit in the current design.
Sorry, could you go back to the one-to-one parking? I
Yes.
just drifted a little bit there.
Sorry, one-to-one parking just mean there's one parking space for every unit. So 19 parking spaces as shown right here in that option. You can see the pink above is the 1,200 square feet of the flexible creative space. The pink below is about 800 square feet of lobby gallery space. The area in between, which we should have had that in blue, but that's resident management facilities, office space, mailroom, and bathrooms, specifically for the public who might be in there as well. So that's option one as proposed. Within that option, and frankly some other options potentially, I talked with Tina Grauman from Arts and Culture to come up with a list of the likely municipal uses, types of uses that could be programmed in that whatever creative space, which would likely require a slight amendment to the ground lease. I'll note that would have art space and the city agree for the city to take over that and program that space. Art space would frankly probably prefer that because then they can really focus on the resident side of things. And it would allow the city to do a greater variety of public facing events and such. So you can see the list there of classes, art classes, gallery space, rehearsal space potentially, et cetera. The thing to note about this is they're all really truly municipal uses. They'd all be run through the city. Any rental prices or whatever would go to the city, and there's no commercial aspect to it. In other words, it would not be utilized by a private entity to charge money, to make money, because as Erica explained, that is not part of the purview of the eminent domain order for the use of this site. So option 2, because this was asked for to see what else could be created, the architects have gone ahead and made some changes, and I'm going to pass it over to Charlie right now. So as long as he's online, he can explain what's going on in this particular option.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. You're nailing the presentation so far, so I'll try not to screw it up here. So it's been 2 weeks since we last were in front of you. So we wanted to take enough of a look at this to know what was realistic without, putting, too much effort going in a direction that might not be acceptable. So definitely want to kind of caveat that we're looking at kind of the gross movement of some of these spaces to see what could work, how we could maybe move some of the pieces around. So in this option, we're really focused on what can we do within our current footprint to really kind of max out that flexible common creative space. And so here, I think the kind of minimal interventions would be to really shift that middle portion that was separating the two spaces, the lobby space and flex space, in pushing that elsewhere into the building. I wouldn't read into the detailing of that too much, other than to understand that we think we can get around an additional 650 square feet of creative space that way. And obviously there's pluses and minuses with one big contiguous space versus two, and being able to run separate programming between the two. I think some of the sacrifices here would be how the residents may enter the building when an event might be going on. So you're kind of missing that dedicated resident lobby. And then likely pushing in some of those kind of administrative spaces, those support spaces into more the residential side of the building. We have that one-to-one resident storage, and we'd likely either have to compress all those a little bit, or potentially lose a couple of the resident storage units.
And I kind of provided a recap of the pros and cons, really, of this particular option.
You can ask for help.
Christy.
There it is.
Lifeline. Yeah, so on the pro side, with the expanded internal creative space, and get it up to about 650 square feet extra for those flexible uses. This could be redesigned fairly easily because it's utilizing the same footprint and at fairly minimal extra costs. And then you would retain all 19 units. On the con side, as Charlie was talking about, you would eliminate or reduce the separate resident lobby gallery space and the storage units that he just mentioned. It does create more visible sort of space out there on First Street to try and fill. And I'll just throw this in as a bit of an editorial. One of the things we don't want, and I think I've heard this from Councilor Critelli, is that we don't want the space to be underutilized or unused, right? So this just simply means there'd be more of that space on that first floor facing First Street to fill, on a regular basis, which would come with additional programming and potential staffing costs by the city if the city is going to go ahead and program and administer it. And there is the potential, though I don't think we know all the details yet, of losing potential certain funding for that space if it can't be tied to resident use. And if we lose it, that's an additional 650 square feet that we would be responsible for paying for. That said, all those other programming, classes and everything else have more space that they could be within. And then the last option, I'm going to pass it back over to Charlie to explain this one.
Yeah, so, with identifying some of those challenges with that previous option, we wanted to look at, how we might address additional creative space while keeping the resident lobby and keeping the that common use bathroom group and manager in those locations, because those really are pretty optimal locations in terms of serving both those needs. So the option we looked at here is just without any changes to units, right? Like this is the option kind of at the threshold of really kind of challenging number of units. How do we create that kind of larger common flex space on the ground level? And we think we could do this with, it would take away some of the parking spaces in order to kind of add out to the back of the building. So adding to the footprint there. And some adjustments with our egress stair from the second level down. But it creates a nice kind of contiguous, almost square space here that lends itself to not a pure black box theater usage, but where you really could set up a small stage and audience on three sides. So it might open up more uses versus the more kind of slender rectangular space that we have in the current design. And so with this, I think Bill will hit the kind of pros and cons, but in order to really kind of add any square footage, we would have to take back parking spaces and look for a variance there. I think our usage of the site itself with those setbacks of the highway district and with the following the parking requirement by the letter of the law, we're really using every square foot on site. So what this option really does is in order to add space, we've got to look at that parking lot and a potential variance there.
Yeah, this one is, this option is definitely the most kind of time, labor, and cost intensive of the options. On the pro side of it, you get about 1,000 square feet of possible flexible uses there. That space can be more concentric instead of, long and narrow in option 2. You can keep 19 units as long as the ceiling height stays the same. You can keep the 19 units plus the separate lobby and gallery space that Charlie was talking about. On the con side, there are significant costs, inherent to this with the additional square footage, the variance that he mentioned, which there's no guarantee of approval. It's in front of the Board of Adjustments. It's a public hearing. There's additional time required for the redesign, which could potentially mean us missing certain funding windows and pushing off, the construction timeline. Any additional programming, staffing costs by the city, and then again, the potential risk of losing certain funding if it really can't be tied to the resident use, which is really, it's an issue, I think, regardless of which option is chosen. Charlie mentioned the black box. I just want to really quick reiterate the fact that if we're going to a black box theater that is, has higher ceilings, as similar black boxes, that changes a lot. I mean, it adds a lot of costs and additional materials. It will require basically a full redesign of the entire building because you can't just raise the ceiling on one area without having impacts on all the rest of the building because you need to be able to transition from one floor to the next, one area to the next. And then I'll remind you again, going back to what Erica said, that this site can't be used for commercial uses. And so if the intent would be a theater that would charge that's technically not allowed on this property. So there's a lot of challenges to it. I've thrown in a staff recommendation in discussion with other staff that we stay with option 1 or 2 and keeping the current footprint, due to the legal issues, the funding issues, and just keeping overall costs lower. But that potentially we look at other possible minor design changes to help maximize that use, regardless if it's option 1 or option 2. Certain things we haven't really dived into the details around the possibility of something like a pottery kiln or AV equipment that would go in there, more storage space, et cetera. But these are certainly opportunities to look at. And then, I want to be mindful of the comments that we heard this evening, during public comment. Obviously, there's a community out there that's looking for space for a variety of artistic uses. I would add that this is not necessarily the end of the space to create process or program or opportunities. We're in the state's vision, around artistic spaces, and there may be other opportunities. This may not be the spot for meeting all of those artistic desires. So with that, I can go ahead and take any questions you all might have.
I think Councilmember Critelli gets the first question.
Yeah, I have a question. I'm fully preparing to take a digger on this process, but that's okay. I think I want to let council get a sense of what other space to create projects look like, because we were presented, I spent the better part of a year on the core group being presented with all the different options that they've been pursuing in other communities and how it could apply to us. And there was always, of course, the residential part of it, but then also the community flexible space to create. And they don't necessarily have to be on the same property as you alluded to, but I think just painting the picture of what other projects look like in other communities and what they've done.
Yeah, it's varied quite a bit. The 3 that I'm most familiar with are the Loveland project, the Ridgeway project, and the Trinidad project. Loveland is a lot more sort of art center specific. It was primarily art center with a little bit of residential. And they're utilizing that, obviously a much bigger community. Ridgeway and Trinidad projects are both relatively similar in that they have a much larger proportion of affordable housing as a piece of it. Each of them has flexible creative space. Ridgeway actually went ahead and paid to build that portion of it so that they could do a variety of commercial and non-commercial uses. Again, they didn't have the same eminent domain order that we do on this particular property. So they're using it in a variety of ways. Trinidad, as I understand, they reserved almost the whole ground floor for commercial uses and a variety of programming. At what I was told by ArtSpace folks recently is that they're probably a few years at least sort of ahead of the market because that demand is not there right now in Trinidad. And so that space is going unused at the moment, which is a bit of a challenge for the community. So it takes a variety of shapes and forms around the country as far as what they do.
And what I'd add to that is our scale of our project is really similar to not so much Trinidad, but our flexible space and lobby is really similar to what you would see in those other projects. So,
but not reserved solely for the residents of that project.
Yeah, they have, their uses are more expanded and commercial. I think we still have the opportunity to do some of the municipal uses again, if it's programmed through arts and culture. the commercial aspect is a whole different ball of wax, and that's when you get into the.
Sure sounds like the eminent domain really ties our hands.
It's the overriding factor.
Yeah.
Or it focuses our attention on affordable housing, which is what we were after in the first place.
Right. Well, we also had 350 members of our artist community partake in surveys. We also had a core group of local artists that were pitched the reasoning for their time, their effort, and their energy when it came to the online marketing of this, the social media campaign, and all the outreach was for that space to create being some sort of what was in it for them, and not this exclusive only for the residents. I myself was only really made aware like today, the no uncertain terms that this is for residential use. I mean, we toured properties like the T-Rex building, like the fire department. We landed on this property as the best possible option for to be the anchor of our creative district. That was how it was pitched to us. So yes, I am not here to say that I'm against affordable housing. None of this discussion actually jeopardizes 19 units at all, and if it did, I wouldn't be having it. But it is also that piece that I have a group of core members that feel lied to, and I myself feel deceived because of that piece, that community space to create peace.
I hear your frustration, and I appreciate your advocacy for these constituents. I really do. I know it's a tough spot for you.
But the space to create is still there.
For whom?
Is it okay? I think Will wanted to chime in.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I work closely with Andrew Michelson, who of course you all know. I'm the COO at Art Space Projects. And so I just want to be clear that this space doesn't have to be the exclusive use or programmed only by the potential of those 19 residents, right? This will be a community accessible space. It's actually very similar to what we have in Ridgeway, where there is sort of a separate, most kind of, entrance to the residential portion, serves also kind of as, a community room and, a visual gallery kind of space opportunity. Sometimes, some live performance stuff that's mostly and kind of exclusively residential driven. Then the other piece that the city does a lot of the programming in, and I think we're talking about kind of a similar model here, is limited by the fact you can't charge, tickets at the door. But that doesn't mean that can't be programmed, and it can be made to, community members, right, on a voluntary basis. So for example, in Ridgeway, many community groups sign up through a process for the space. They may pay a small cleaning fee, so they're, to do it, but that's it usually. And then they do a variety of things in there. So it would be our intent as part of this process is to try to raise the money, and it might have to be philanthropically, but to try to raise the money to have these spaces, and I'm speaking specifically about, option one now. That is a pretty good sized space. It's about 1,200 square feet, I think, right? Which is sort of perfect, really. And it can be, we could have Marley in there for dance performances that can get rolled out and picked up. It can be used for, I heard a lot earlier in the public comments about needing rehearsal spaces and spaces, and I heard the desire to have performance spaces as well. But the real big demand is figuring out how do you rehearse for 6 weeks, before a production. So, this would add definitely new opportunities to many of those theater groups, to have rehearsal sort of options. And so this should be viewed as a community resource. It should be viewed kind of like, a public kind of park space. Clearly there'll be some programming around, or some process around, I should say, about how people have access to that space. But it would be Art Space's intent, working closely with our city partners, of course, to make that space very publicly available. And while our residents would also participate in that use of that space as well, it certainly wouldn't be exclusive. So I hope I can reassure you that this can be a really compelling community resource. I think it can serve a bunch of needs that I heard articulated in the comments section at the beginning of the meeting tonight. So, and answer any other questions that I have, I kind of think of it quite honestly, it's sort of a luxury size space, for half the number of units, compared to our Ridgeway space, for example, right? I mean, it's about the same amount of community space that we have in the Ridgeway project, and that has twice the units. So in that, thinking of it that way in terms of how we've been able to garner public resources to build spaces like this for communities, I would argue that, this is proportionally speaking to the number of units, a pretty generous amount of public space for programming.
So is any of that reflected in the current contract that we have with them? Any of those claims?
So if ArtSpace wants to take on if ArtSpace wants to take on those responsibilities of working with the arts department within the city, then yes. If the city is going to take it on, which is my understanding from speaking with Bill about kind of what they would prefer, then that's where we would have to modify. I think, just so it's perfectly clear, I believe that the community can come into this space. It's just a function of the commercial aspect of it. So again, yes, they could use that space for rehearsal. They can't ultimately have their production there because they would be profiting from that. So I think it's a close distinction, but that's really where the distinction comes down is the profitability and the pecuniary gain.
I would offer too, if you don't mind me adding, the distinction is tickets at the door, right? So in many communities, for example, you'll have a patron that'll underwrite a production, so tickets aren't sold. So it could be used for a production in that regard, right? As long as you're not charging individuals ticket prices at the door. If a patron in the community chose to underwrite a show, and that show happened in that space and it was free to the people that either acquired the tickets, that would, for example, would be fine in our experience. So there's a number of ways where you can use these spaces very effectively, but you have to be mindful. I want to reinforce that point about the sort of commercial nature of it and actually charging some kind of fee structure to use space or to enjoy a performance or participate in a class in the space.
And the last point I wanted to make is just, I think the idea around arts and culture administering and programming that common flexible space is to allow just for a much greater variety of potential uses that are non-pecuniary, as Erica was talking about, versus if it was left in ArtSpace's hands, because they'd have less incentive, frankly, I think, to activate that space, whereas the city would have more.
And again, just to focus back in on the eminent domain part of it, what the court order approved was the affordable housing and municipal uses. And so I think having the city come in further strengthens that municipal use aspect of it, because it would be the city operating those classes and those functions.
Right.
Would, let's say there's like a free performance that the kids put on or something, would they be able to accept donations? Or is that also considered like a commercial use?
That is
If I were to, affordable housing has sensibilities around this same thing, right? And it has to do with using, public resources. Accepting donations is acceptable, but it has to be an honest donation. You really can't actively solicit donations or ask people for donations at the door to enter. I mean, it has to be an honest thing where maybe there's a donation box and maybe there's a statement saying, if you'd like to donate to our programming, please contact such and such a person. So that's our experience in affordable housing, but I will defer to my, city colleagues, Bill in particular, and your legal team about, because I am not familiar with maybe the legal subtleties around the eminent domain requirement and how tightly that would manage that dynamic.
And I would have to look into that specific question, but I can look into that and get back to you guys.
I would imagine that as long as we're charging a comparable amount that we'd be charging any other group to utilize that space, and they're just asking for donations, that I don't see there being a big issue, at least from administrative side of things. The legal side of things may be a different story.
And so none of this, or if again, this flexible space that we're talking about somehow doesn't jeopardize that funding, even though it's a municipal, we're discussing it being a municipal use?
I think
or is
that's
that still a factor?
You know, as it was put to me by Andrew, and Will may have some more insight into this, there needs to be at least some sort of nexus between the residents of the space and the creative space, in order for DOH and CCI and others to fund it under their programs. As long as that case can be made, we should be able to receive that funding. But if it's pretty obvious that the residents have no connection to the space, then that's a funding issue.
Okay, so I'm not a creative, right? I'm not in the arts world, but I like to dabble sometimes. And so I feel as though
Stage managing here.
yeah, exactly. I'll stage manage here and there. No, but it's, just because it's not my job, I wonder if that if they oh, well, there's no artists who are staying here. It's well, people are still using that space, even if they aren't artists necessarily. They still live there, but maybe they just dabble.
Mm-hmm.
So, if they argue against us, that's my argument.
It's kind of,
sure.
It seems a little, I don't know, gray area. Because again, we're pitching this as, this isn't exclusive housing for anybody in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are back again, totally being okay with it, not a single artist getting in there as long as people are being housed. Then what? So, yeah, the pitfall.
I think we
con
can make
exists.
a pretty good argument that we can have, the residents will be involved in that creative space, on a fairly regular basis, even if it's just possibly donating some time, volunteering for some of the city-sponsored activities and programming that happens there. But that said, ArtSpace is the one who's most experienced with these particular funding sources.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to get the resolution?
I can explain, if it's helpful, I can explain pretty quickly the sort of what needs to happen, not to interrupt our housing funding, right? So we, ArtSpace, when you build affordable housing anywhere, right, there are requirements for certain community amenities, right? And in a lot of affordable housing that turns into, a child care playroom and a party room and a workout room, and maybe a couple of project rooms. But these are amenities that are built into affordable housing projects, right? To sort of help the residents kind of fulfill their life ambitions, right? And make these projects more livable and feel more community centered, right? So this, in the housing world, in the way these housing dollars are structured, this is all just fine and in fact encouraged, right? If you talk to any of the state agencies throughout the country and certainly in Colorado, they encourage developers to build these spaces into their affordable housing units. So you translate that into ArtSpace and our mission-driven focus of supporting creatives. We simply then build spaces that appeal to creatives and what they do. So we're not so big on, workout rooms. If you want one of those, there's other options for you, or go get a gym membership, right? So what we do is build spaces that lend themselves to creative pursuits. And we ensure, I'm so sorry. And we ensure that that our residents have these opportunities to pursue these creative pursuits in these spaces. So what I envision here is there is going to be some kind of operating agreement around this space that will provide creatives that live in the building some opportunity to do things in those spaces. And that can be anything that, they might want to hang a show. They might want to do any of the things we've talked about they might want to do. And they need to have the ability, at least in some reasonable way, to have access to that space. There can be a process. They can sign up for it, just like anybody else. But there's got to be a plausible way that they have access to these spaces. And if they do, then those spaces are amenities. And if they are amenities, they can be covered by affordable housing dollars. So what I'm doing is sort of explaining what ArtSpace does to be able to bring housing resources to bear for spaces like this that can, in a greater way, serve a broader community interest. So these don't have to be exclusive, though. There's nothing in the housing dollars that say these have to absolutely be 100% exclusive to the artist's use. So what that means is these spaces can also, through some kind of operating agreement and collaborative agreement with the city, these spaces can be programmed, for community residents by the city. And I think that is the kind of, generally speaking, relationship that we're looking to further develop with all of you, that will allow the residents to have some reasonable access, which will preserve our affordable housing funding that'll help pay for these spaces, but also then have a process in place that the city will lead, presumably, I think is what we're planning here, that will make these spaces available to a broader set of community uses as well. So I don't know if that helps, but that I think is the intent and where we want to go. It's consistent with what we've done in other Colorado communities.
Thanks. I hope that gives folks more confidence on the funding side of things. Last thing, option one provides 1,200 square feet. That's about 25% greater than the square footage of this room, which is about 900 square feet.
It's bigger than my house.
Yeah.
It's the size of my house.
The gallery space is, the lobby gallery space in option one is the size of this, about 900 square feet. Option two would provide about 3 times the area of this room in that more flexible space. But you do, again, you lose that lobby gallery space in the storage units. So
we have a decision to make.
Most community stages, for example, that accommodate dance and or theater in one form or another, fits on a space this size. So it is kind of a perfect space for rehearsals, if you will, for most stage environments. So, and then it could be a performance space, for a small number of people, because it would have to share both, stage and seating. But, it's kind of a perfect size for most rehearsal dynamics in dance and in theater, for most stages that you might have in other venues.
Just one last question, and I think I know somebody in the room
You
that.
just said that in public, one last one.
Right, one last one
Okay.
for the rest of the time.
Okay.
I think there's maybe somebody in this room that understands if this is indeed enough space for intended purposes. I think we have a director of arts and culture, and I'd love to hear what his opinion is on whether or not this is indeed the perfect space for a theater, for a pop-up show, all these uses that we want to see. Yeah, something that our art community can get around, because I'm getting mixed signals from our actual artists that'll be actually using the space, so.
I think based on the discussion you heard in public comment, rehearsal space is what is keeping as many shows as we want to have in the community happening. When Stage Left was at the steam plant, they rehearsed on stage if it was available. They rehearsed in the annex. They rehearsed in the ballroom. And but since Stage Left has gone away, we are booked a lot more. So if we had another space that's similar to the size of, well, it's bigger than our stage, to rehearse, I think we could postpone adding more theaters. So yes, I think there are a lot of things we could do in that space. It's bigger than this room. Right now, we're having, getting ready to start next week, summer camps. And we have 3 different age groups. We have 3 different spaces. We took over the steam plant last summer. We had the ballroom and the annex. And we didn't have the staff. We did it, but we didn't really have the staff to turn those spaces. We'd have 4 days of camps, then we'd have a wedding or some other major event. I think this is a good-sized space. It's slightly less than Ridgeway, but Ridgeway has twice the number of units. Right now, we're using the Scout Hub for our education classes. We have two rooms downstairs and the upstairs for the classes. We only have to turn that twice. We tried to schedule so that we wouldn't have to move the classes out and then move them back in. So it's just an added space. And I know during the survey process, we found out a lot of needs that we need in this community. This doesn't have the space to do it and still do the 19 affordable workforce house apartments. So
Michael, when you say
I'm good,
this-
and Sheena's also here, and she has a laundry list of, and so do other staff, of what we can do in that space.
Michael, when you say that the space is good for that, do you mean option one?
Yes. Because I would pick option two, but because I think we could
Can you
put,
pull up option 2?
but I've spent a couple days thinking about it. We could divide it up with walls and make individual rooms. But I really think that building needs a lobby.
Yeah, it does.
And we
You
could,
think option 1?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm back to option, yes.
No, you're good, you're good.
Yeah, we got a little confused there. Okay. All right.
Yeah, option one is how I'd go, because you still have, essentially have that multi-use space, and then you have an art gallery where more people can hang art. We're booked up.
That's right.
We're booked up over a year in advance in the Piquet Gallery with people wanting to show art.
Okay. Thanks. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay. Now we can bring the resolution back up.
Yeah, motion is up there for y'all. I structured it in a way that you could kind of choose either of the options for the motion.
Yeah, well, I'm just here to advocate for the most space, for the least financial effect, which would be option 2. That seems just obvious to me, but not having this conversation without us retaining that managerial ownership of it. If we're not talking about that, don't build it at all. Don't build the flex space if we can't have a stake as a community in it. Don't waste the money. But yeah, if that's what we're talking about, I'm here to just be a proponent for the most space that we can get out of it.
You want to make a motion or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm going on a limb, I guess, but Mr. Mayor, I move to proceed forward the design of the Space to Create First and D Apartments project as currently designed, but with additional creative space via the relocation, elimination of other elements on the ground floor.
Do we have a second?
I don't feel like I feel comfortable making a decision tonight about this, personally.
Honestly, I would love for the arts community to decide. I'm not a design person.
I'm not really space to make a decision myself. It's
I mean, we've gotten all kinds of information tonight. I mean, it's like,
We got it tonight, and then there's time to digest it, too.
well, I mean, I think we have received enough to make a decision,
I
whether
do
it's
too.
2 or 1, I think we can move forward and.
Yeah.
So
In the nice
we made
second,
a motion
that's
for
his
the
motion.
current with the
Okay.
2 spaces with.
Okay,
the,
so let's, hold on, we got a second, so we have a motion from Councilmember Catelli, seconded by Councilmember Martin, and the motion is to proceed forward with the design of the Space to Create First and D Apartments project as currently designed, but with additional creative space via the relocation, elimination of other elements on the ground floor. Further discussion?
I would like to add one thing. So one of the goals of this is to allow for ArtSpace to go ahead to hire a general contractor who can then start doing cost estimates so that they can then start applying for funding. If you all agree to, I guess, throw away, for lack of a better term, option 3, the physical expansion of the footprint, and the question really comes down to something, between option 1 and option 2, that can be done still with the designers as they move forward with the general contractor and the funding and everything else. Without that direction to move forward, everything goes on hold, and if we're going to put it through a design process with the community, they would have to wait, until that's done to hire a general contractor. But you can still get additional input from the art community on that space if you all agree not to expand the footprint.
Got it.
That would change the motion, but
But we got the motion that they didn't go with 3, so we're good, right?
Okay.
Now,
if it's
Bill,
approved.
is there more money involved in option 2? Because we've already completely designed option 1. And by the way, I don't like option 2. I don't like giving up those storage spaces for those people, because when you're living in a small space, you need a storage space. And so cutting those in half or eliminating those, I don't like that. I don't like the change in the design. The design on option 1 is a very thoughtful design, where you've got the entrance for the residents, you've got the bathroom and the workings.
I know, I understand, but we have a motion on the table right now,
But
so.
you asked for discussion, and that's where I'm at.
Right, but, well, why don't we make the vote, and then we can see where the vote goes, and then if we need to make another motion, we make another motion, or we'll be here till 2 in the morning.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Critelli,
Yes.
Fontana,
No.
Pappenfort,
No.
Martin,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Nacarado.
No.
Tiebreaker?
Yeah.
Not to break a tie, I'm going to say no.
Motion
How does that
failed.
speed the process up, Mayor?
Back,
We have to go back now?
someone makes another motion.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion to proceed forward with the design of the Space to Create First and D Apartments project, number 1, as currently designed.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Fontana, seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort. The motion is I move to proceed forward with the design of Space to Create First and D Apartments project as currently designed. Further discussion?
Stevens,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yeah.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Fontana,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
The motion passed.
So, Bill, can I ask one more question on that?
Becky.
So what you just said before that, or during that first motion, was we can still take input from the artist to help with this space?
Not at this point.
I think it's up to council if you want to do that. The most important
After
was.
it goes forward, I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's possible. The thing is, there's a point at which the designs do need to be finalized, so that can be handed off to the general contractor so that they can do their cost estimates, and so that we have final plans to present for funding purposes. If you all, want, we've established tonight that there's not going to be a physical footprint change to it, so, ArcSpace can continue moving forward on the hiring of the general contractor. If there's going to be any interest on the part of council to change the design up, we should probably establish that quickly so that they don't get too far down the line.
okay.
I'm going to need a motion from somebody to extend the meeting because we're not going to get through the next thing.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting until 9:30.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Martin, seconded by Councilmember Pappenfort. The motion is to extend the meeting till 9:30. Further discussion?
Can we take a quick break?
Yeah, we will. We will, yep. We have to do a vote, though.
Fontana,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Papenfort,
Yes.
Critelli.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, so if anyone needs to take a quick break, please do. And
All good. I expected it.
What?
No,
that's okay.
It's okay, though. I guess, whatever.
Bye, everybody.
Artists have enough space, right?
Good job on representing that. I do think we need to come to other events and help them understand the limits. You know, this is not the place to be.
Was it defined?
Just can't.
Yes. Yeah, that was it like the, no. Oh, God. So my calendar. 'cause
We
I
were
started,
just,
But this is what always happens. You get the plan in order, and then we get a
we
bunch
just have
of
to
new
announce
plans.
that that's what we're doing.
Right from the ground up, and that's why I'm talking about. We gotta keep moving, we gotta get things done. Me too. Property discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
And then skip back to the council report.
So where we had left it.
We're just making a new item.
Stretch a little bit.
Yeah, for me, my leg, I'm like fidgeting over here, but Justin probably feels something like that. Because I can't stop moving. It just keeps moving on my leg.
I'm a massage therapist, I can help. You see the swelling around your calves.
Right here, right here. Look at that.
Oh, your poor ankles.
Especially here. That's why I said what I said.
Put your foot up there, I go have a dress on.
The ice bucket? You got the ice bucket.
I could put it in there, I could break it.
Yeah, there's a plug right there.
Nina's gonna go for it.
I'm swollen, my knees, I never sit this long.
We can't.
Never at any point in
To
the day.
extend at 9:30, I want you to know I have to vote.
And I have a desk job, and I still never sit this long.
We're gonna wrap it up quicker.
we're not going to,
Oh, we should have voted no.
just don't demand it. Okay, all right. Okay, here, mic's on, or we're good?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, all right, great. What we're going to do now is we're going to move beyond the council reports. We did have an executive session that had been scheduled, and unless anyone feels strongly on the dais that we need to go in, we have information out there. Normally you go into executive session if it's, say, a negotiation and you don't want to tip your hand, but we have this information now. So my suggestion is we do not go into executive session. We don't have to take a vote on it. We'd only have to take a vote to go in and then go to resolution 2024-36. Is everyone okay with that? If anyone has any concerns, please let me know.
I'm good with that.
Everyone okay? Okay, so next up is Resolution 2024-36, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, authorizing the purchase of real property and approving a purchase and sale agreement.
Good evening, Council. Chief Johnson is unable to be here this evening. You have within your packet a memo discussing this project and the potential purchase of the police station or a new location for a police station. Amy alluded to this a little bit when she was talking about the reduction policy. Sorry. I haven't talked all night. I'm just working on it. So as happens sometimes, opportunities arise that we need to take a serious look at. And we have, over the last year, been discussing how the Tauber building works as a municipal services building. The county and the city have both been discussing the layout of the building, the security or lack thereof in the building with 4 different entrances. People can kind of wander in, wander down the halls. There isn't, it doesn't function as well as a municipal services building or a county building, really, as much as people might think. We are also growing in staff as our community grows and has more and more expectations of a fully functioning, full-service municipality. The responsibilities that staff have been taking on is growing exponentially, and we are adding staff or adding new components to what staff is working on. And we've been taking a really hard look at how this building is working for us. And one of the departments that is growing due to the increase in our community's popularity, people moving here, tourists coming to visit, our mild climate is bringing another set of individuals into our community that are needing some services. The police department has been seeing a huge growth in the number of calls that they're experiencing annually. We have not added as many officers to our department as really is necessary, but Chief Johnson is kind of moving people around as he sees fit to bring more detectives on, to bring more community service officers on, then we can promote up to police officers. So currently the police occupy a portion of the building right up above us. The space is extremely crowded at the moment. If you haven't been up there, it would be great for you to see. We've been talking with Chief Johnson about this for quite a while. We have a detective whose office is currently in a broom closet. She shares the space with overflow of Salida Swag t-shirts and other miscellaneous items. It doesn't have a window. It is not an ideal location for one of our public service officers to be located. So throughout internal staff discussions, which is where much of this takes place, we have been working with the police to just keep our eyes open for things, right? We know how expensive it is. We know that we can't build another multi-million-dollar facility right now. We know that in many cases we have to work with what we have, but it is getting to be to the point right now where it is not functioning as well as it could and as well as the community should be expecting the police to be functioning. So this property came up for sale, and the contract that you...
Can we scroll down a little?
Sorry, sure. The contract that you have in your packet does have my signature on it. I spoke with the mayor, spoke with our attorney. I know that we have had this conversation in our department head meetings and So the contract that you have there gives the city the opportunity to not move forward with the sale, with the purchase of it. It is ultimately your decision and your responsibility. If you've been through any real estate transactions, you know that you have to move forward in some ways, and it takes time to get all of the paperwork and approvals together. The city is not bound to this. If the council is not interested, willing, ready, wanting to move forward, that is perfectly fine. We had to put in our offer so that the seller knew that this was something that we were going to be discussing. Having council meetings once every couple weeks, and it pushes some things back. So happy to discuss this with you. Our finance director is here to talk about how we've discussed the financing of this purchase, the subsequent grants that are available to offset costs of remodeling the building. So we're happy to answer any questions, but that's where we are right now.
Right, who would like to begin with questions?
I would like to just ask Amy, you know, I know you discussed part of this when you were talking about the budget. And you said there are ways for financing
Yes.
with this?
We would issue, it's a certificate of participation, and what we're working with UMB Bank, rather than Ellers. This is a smaller group. UMB is local. They would request bids from banks, including potentially local banks, based on a lease purchase type arrangement similar to what we did for the fire station. It's going to be pretty much exactly what you've just experienced this last year. You'll be involved in the setting up the financing, and there's ordinances and public hearings and everything else involved. And that's a fairly long process. We're hoping to be able, if you approve it tonight, to finish it by mid-July. Or actually, I think we decided maybe we wouldn't be able to do it that soon. Might be early August. We would probably have to front the money and then reimburse ourselves with the debt proceeds. And what we're looking at is financing it over 25 years. The payment would be about $100,000 a year, but we would have a lump sum payment after 10 years. So we would pay the remaining balance at that point, where we think that our revenue streams and, you know, our long-term projections, we think that we'll be able to pay off the remaining balance after 10 years.
And no penalties for prepayment?
Correct. Unlike, you know, a lot of times with the certificate of participations that you do have to wait, there's a 10-year waiting period. There would not be on this one. We would be able to pay it off tomorrow if we decided to.
And then what about using the land as you purchase the land and start making payments, because we may not do a remodel right now? How does that work with grants? And maybe this is more something for Christy or Dominique, who's very familiar with grants or such.
Sure. We're pretty confident, you know, we can get some grants, and we have some time. This isn't, you know, something that we have to fund and, you know, get it move-in ready by tomorrow. So in the next couple of years, we would explore how we pay for the remodeling costs, what grants are available, how we're going to finance the remodeling. So.
In many instances, the purchase price of the property can be used as match for additional funds for the remodeling. When I worked for the state, communities did that in a number of areas.
And this possibly could qualify for that.
Right.
Councilmember Nakarada.
Well, Chief Johnson mentions in his memo that a new police station was included in the long-term capital plan. Can you tell us more about that?
You know, he is referring to one that we're updating this year. The one that was done this last year, He was told not to put it in the long-term capital plan for whatever reason. I think, I don't know, but he said that's one thing he was complaining to Christy and I about. We don't know the details on that, but it wasn't in the published long-term capital plan, but it's been like in the internal long-term plan. You know, he's been very well aware that he needed to have that. And we are revising the long-term plan now, and he did submit that for the long-term plan. And just so you know, if we have to purchase land and build a building from scratch, because there isn't something available like this to buy, it's going to be several million more dollars. So, I mean, and again, we don't have firm estimates on that, but
Longer term
just,
capital.
yeah, spitballing it with the experts, they think it's going to be more like $5 or $6 million.
And I did take a tour of that in December.
We'll have
Oh,
you come
sorry.
back. We just want to get
Yeah,
everybody a
go
chance to
ahead.
speak.
How often does a deal like this come along in Salida? It's miraculous, is
I
it not?
can't answer that, but yeah, it is.
And
You're right.
isn't the sheriff, going to build a whole new building out on Highway 50?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And it's in good shape, It needs remodeling, but.
I want to hear from our treasurer. I mean, last night, I know you're going to give it to us straight because last night you got squeamish about a couple grand for a stage in the Alpine Park, so I know. There's some, give it to us straight. What do you think?
Well, I think, as Councilmember Papenfort said, these types of opportunities don't come along very often. I think Chief Johnson in his memo has justified a lot of needs for this additional growth. And I think we have the ability to finance the structure of the purchase appropriately. As the Finance Committee did discuss this, and we saw no reason for this not to move forward.
And one thing I would mention is, it was brought up tonight during citizen comment about the fire station. Well, the fire station was first brought up back in 2014. Can you imagine what the cost would have been had we actually, or whatever council was in place back then, had acted on it back then? We would have built it at a fraction of the price. And we could kick this one down the road, but if we do, and there's a need, and ultimately we're going to have to meet that need, what's the cost going to be?
All of our gut is telling us this is a good opportunity and a cheaper way of doing it in the long term.
And the other thing I want to mention, because people were alluding to, that we weren't being transparent. Well, the reality is when you're in a negotiation, you can't allow the other party to know what you're willing or not willing to do. It puts you at a huge disadvantage. So
And you have to work fast.
I'm sorry?
You have to work fast too.
Yeah,
We didn't have
and
the
so-
luxury of time of.
Yeah, it would have been great if we had had this in, but, I feel like we've been saddled with having to make these really hard decisions because previous councils didn't. I don't want to turn around and put a future council in this position if we can do something that makes sense, that we feel confident we can meet the financial obligations with.
I have a couple more questions.
Okay, let's see, yep.
Mr. Mayor, I had one more thing to add to respond to Councilmember Curtelli. This would be a capital expenditure for the city, not an operational expenditure, which was more what was being discussed last night with regard, or during the working session during the stage last night. So my point was it was an unbudgeted issue last night.
Could you say more about that capital versus operational and why it matters?
Well, a capital
Matters
expenditure,
less.
I'm sorry?
Why it matters less that it wasn't budgeted if it's capital? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was saying we were looking to add to an operational budget potentially, and there's a process to do that, the annual budgeting process. So obviously, this capital acquisition is something that's being presented to council, and you have the ability to prove it or disprove it. So.
Thank you.
It's a one-time only type of expense. We will have to do a budget amendment for it, but.
So in the long run, we'll get something back from this in the long run.
Right.
Something like the stage, we're just kind of putting money into it that we're not really recouping back into the city. as well, right?
Creating an ongoing expense.
I think we're meeting a need that the city has for this facility. It's hard to say what if any revenues that the stage would present to the city. What I think I was trying to get across last night is that this is something that should be discussed and budgeted for. We were looking at adding an unfunded mandate to the city's budget by the actions around the stage.
My other question is, do we have to say that we are purchasing this property for the police department? Is that for our needs tonight to get it approved? And the reason being is that, it was brought up, and I have to agree that there's kind of this perfect storm for us of like not hearing about this need. Whether it was through some of these mistakes or what have you, but we didn't talk about it in our retreat. I don't remember it coming up there. I don't remember it being a priority. I understand the need to jump on this opportunity and that it means a lot besides just the police department for staffing needs. But, and then along with that question, let's say that we then do engage in a needs assessment for the police department. We find this property's not going to work. Is there any problem with us then just selling it?
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Just, it's a good opportunity to buy for our long-term planning needs. And you don't, in my opinion, you don't necessarily have to say it's for the police department.
Okay.
We can keep that open.
That's a good point. I think like the first 100 conversations I had with Chief Best was that we need a bigger boat.
Mm-hmm.
The last 100 conversations I had with Chief Johnson was, I can't remain fully staffed, and didn't necessarily point to I need a bigger facility because of that.
This is the first, I think that.
Yeah, I think it was just a situation where this came up, because, I think what he was thinking about, like vis-a-vis putting in the capital improvement plan, was the idea of acquiring and building something. But this came across, they looked at it, they toured the site, and he made a case to Christie and to Amy about why, the cost and what it would solve for. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of hard to put something like that in that long-term plan, just for the way it came up.
Yeah, when I saw it on the agenda, I was definitely blindsided by it. I've never heard anything about the police station or anything like that. But, and then I automatically went back to just, we're not being transparent, we're moving too fast. But then you start thinking in real estate, you have to move fast. Like everybody else is saying here, it's something that you have to jump on because it can be gone like that. And then you start thinking, and broader, as a council member, being able to provide, a better work environment for, our staff is some of those opportunities don't come up all that often. And so this is an opportunity that we can do that. And because you can see the numbers, how busy the police officers are and what they're taking on. And I've never toured their space up there, but what you guys have said about it sounds like, a very, poor work work
It doesn't happen often, but every now and then the government should operate like a business. And this is what real estate negotiations is one of the few exceptions we have where we can go into executive session and discuss these negotiations and,
and then listening,
there's a reason for that.
To our speakers or our, the people that came up and spoke on the situation. They're not wrong either. They just don't. They didn't completely understand.
Yeah.
This kind of what situation is.
Yeah.
And of course, so having this opportunity to do this for our police forces, I think, because at first, I was like, whoa, what are we doing here? We now slow this down, but this is one of those instances you gotta, you can't. We gotta move forward. So.
And just to reiterate, we're not asking to increase sales tax to do this. There's not going to be any new fees charged to our citizens. There's not going to be any impacts to their bottom line. So I'm not, certain of, their reasons for concern, but.
One thing I would like to see kind of going forward with the police, doing this for the police, and is trying to get our police force back into our city, living into our city, and not having to commute. That's something that in the future I'd like to see, because I commute a lot to BV and back, and I see a lot of traffic and a lot of police vehicles, and that's a lot of taxpayers' money that is being spent outside of town. I see them at the gyms and
And maybe
working out
that's
in gyms and
It's
BV.
definitely a good conversation to have, but probably not tonight.
Workforce
'cause
housing.
We've got like 10 minutes left.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, and I'd like to just throw in that, while it may be surprising, it shouldn't be surprising, because the Tauber space wars have been happening for a long time. Chief Johnson has been reporting to us constantly about the increase in calls. We can all see the increase in population. And so while people like to say that government likes to grow itself, it's the citizen demands and the population growth that causes government to grow. Because the government is us. They are our services. Thank you.
just can you put up the proposed motion?
There wasn't a motion
Oh, there
on
wasn't.
here. That's why I brought up the
Okay, that's fine.
resolution.
Yep.
Could the resolution just be for the purchase of the land and it doesn't have to specify police department?
Right, yeah.
Just approving.
I don't know if
I
I
know, but it
feel
says for
good
the
buying
police
land just to buy land, though.
Especially when we were just talking about a revenue reduction response policy.
Or for the
And
long-term
something-
needs.
Doesn't
of
really
the-
look
to-
great on
to-
paper.
To meet long-term needs of the city.
I just.
And something, Amy, that you said when you first presented, like way, like 5 hours ago. You ended your comment saying like, we don't need it. Like, we don't need it.
Immediately, yeah, we wouldn't, where it's slated to be needed in the long-term plan is more like 3 years down the road.
And when I hear the certificate of participation, it's hard not to think about the fire station and the backlash that we have received from the community for that purchase. So after, reading Chief Johnson's letter and everything and hearing Chrissy speak about like the difficulties, I understand that it is needed. I just, I don't know if I'm going to be able to support this tonight.
I'm going to be able to support it because I understand the difference between good debt, that's purchasing assets, and bad debt, that's creating ongoing expenses. This is definitely an asset purchase that is needed, no matter what we do with it. We cannot pass this opportunity up.
If we have to sell it down the road, we'll probably make money.
And I do
Exactly.
I feel like we need to maybe put maybe say it's for the police, because if we don't say it's for something that we need for the police station, then people are going to come like, oh, now we're just buying up property for no
Right.
reason.
Right, but
So-
Dominique made a good point of like, if we do a needs analysis and that building isn't,
But we can still, we can still pull out of it if it's for the police or not, right?
I'm sure we could create another resolution and change the use of it.
And the other part of it too is, okay, so let's say we go with the capital improvement plan 3 years out. Well, that's going to be an entirely different council, and I don't feel super good about saddling a future council with a far more expensive proposition than what this is going to be. I feel like we get caught dealing with stuff that was what could have been addressed 10 years ago at much lower cost. I know hindsight's 20/20, but I just feel like we have something here that we can afford. It's been vetted by the finance department, the finance committee, and sometimes you just have to jump on opportunities.
Smash the can.
And Mr. Mayor, my other comment was, I have actually been up there and gotten a tour from Chief Johnson, and it is too small. It's way too small. You can see their equipment piled up, you can see what's happening up there, and this is not something that would be purchased for 5 years, 10 years. We're looking at a permanent home for them for the next 40 years.
40 years, yeah.
30, 40 years. not, they would not outgrow that space in 30 to 40 years, from what I see.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to move to approve resolution number 2024-36.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Pappenfort, seconded by Councilmember Stevens. The motion is to approve Resolution 2024-36, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Salida, Colorado, authorizing the purchase of real property and approving a purchase and sale agreement. Further discussion?
Just, if we're going to continue to do the policing for Poncha Springs, maybe hit them up and see if they want to get involved in some of the expense, maybe. Just, I know that we're totally besties right now.
Yeah.
They are discussing getting their own.
Oh, right.
What's that?
They've always been discussing that, I think, getting their own.
Are they going to build their own police station?
Okay.
Fontana,
Yes.
Nacarado,
Yes.
Stevens,
Yes.
Critelli,
Yes.
Pappenfort,
Yes.
Martin.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 6 minutes for council reports.
I have nothing.
Squeeze it in.
Does it?
I'll say two things. I just wanted to say thank you to Bluegrass on the Arkansas and the Rotary. They did a great event down there. And the farmer's market, I went there this weekend. It was awesome. I enjoyed it.
Thanks.
So hopefully everybody can go there and enjoy themselves also on Saturdays.
Wonderful. Thanks, you.
Few things here. Just a few safety reminders out there. The water in the river is pumping right now. It's gotten really high, so just be careful in the rivers with the high water. Downtown safety, when you're out and about at night, see something, say something, because there's been some pretty bad things happening downtown that we've been seeing an uptick in lately. If you guys want to hear any more about that, you can find me afterwards. Fib Art Music, you guys got a great lineup coming up. Get to your soggy dollar next Friday, I think it is. I might be wrong on that. Buy your early tickets if you're local, $5. At the gate, it's gonna be $10. Go down there, buy a beer at Soggy Dollars, get your $5 ticket to see. You're gonna see some pretty amazing bands here that you could drive across the state and pay hundreds of dollars to get a motel, eat, see these bands. You're gonna see them in your backyard for $5, $10, okay?
Thanks.
So please.
Awesome. Do we have anyone else?
I have something.
Okay, yeah.
I just want to say around the presentation from the theater community tonight, which is so well-spoken, that I think we need a larger planning process around this, maybe a design charrette, similar to what was done when we established the creative district. And nobody has more time for planning, but I think it's really needed just with all the production companies popping up, talking about spaces, all of that. We need a bigger facilitation.
Maybe the first step is to get with Leslie Matthews. We'll have a meeting because she's doing a lot of the work on this, and start there and then go from there.
I'd certainly be supportive of a committee that can maybe even redefine relationship that they have with our arts and culture department or the STEAM plan in general.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we have some direction on that. Great, yep.
I got a chance to meet Kayla McNeil. She's an owner of a new shop that's located at 208 F Street. It's like skin and beauty products. We don't really have that here, so that's pretty cool. She is a Salida local. I just wanted to give her a shout out. I did attend the sexual assault meeting that Councilmember Stevens was referring to. I also think that we need to bring back power to sexual assault. We can say that word. It's not just a bad thing. It's sexual assault. We should name it. I want to thank Rachel Woods for putting on that meeting that we had with all the bartenders and the managers and just all the local business owners. They are wanting streetlights in the alleyways. Aaron and I talked about that. I think that's something that we want to maybe discuss with the owners of those restaurants before we take that on as a city. But that was just something that was brought to our attention. I'm doing a trail cleanup this Sunday at June 9th. From 1 to 3 p.m. We can meet at Mojo's Eatery. Just bring a water bottles, shades, and sunscreen. And then I attended the Chaffey County Youth Alliance meeting. Christy, I would like to potentially have a DEI session, work session, If I have any members of council who'd want to second that.
Be open to that.
Yep.
Great.
It still means diversity, equity, and inclusion, right?
Yes, that
Okay,
is the
cool.
DEI I'm referring
Yes.
to.
Do we have anyone else that has anything tonight?
So many.
Nothing? Okay. I just wanted to mention, we had the Memorial Veterans Parade. It was so awesome to see all the folks down there. I marched with them, and anyway, it was really good to see a tradition come back to this community. Anything from the treasurer?
No, sir.
Anything from the attorney?
Just real quick, last time I was here, I talked to you guys about the Hobbs case that we had. Right after I mentioned that, Mr. Hobbs did file his intent to petition for cert. We've had a few filings into it. The court allowed a writ or an amicus brief from the other petitioners in cases that are similar to ours. The court still hasn't ruled on cert, but if they do and when they do, you guys will be informed.
Thank you very much. Anything from staff?
No, thank you.
Okay. All we have left is a motion to adjourn, and we're doing it with a minute to spare.
I move we adjourn.
All in favor? Thanks.
See our cases around here.
More time.